Got a kitty here. Immediately trying to be annoying. Here she is.
Hey everyone, I'm Surreal Canine.
And I am Fox Tenson, and we are playing.
Make a good Mega Man level 3.
And I have cat percentage immediately going on here.
I don't. I just have parsec percent.
Hopefully you can see the stuff from parsec there, but okay, let's see. Not that. No. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
I can see it.
Okay. I need to get a background set up probably. But can you see it?
I see the game, yeah.
Okay.
Or are you talking about in your stream? Because I don't have your stream open. Although, you know what? I should.
I think you gotta disconnect. How did we fix the controller not working again?
Oh, yeah. I gotta disconnect. Okay. I need to.
That's, I think, an issue with the game.
Okay. Reconnecting!
Instead of parsec, I think that's just an issue with the game. It's probably just how it's trying to detect both inputs. I don't know why it like puts you as #1 for some reason. But...
I don't know, like maybe there's some settings in parsec that you can tweak.
Oh.
I'm not like let's see, gamepad settings. No.
I don't see anything.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
It is a Mr. T. Anyway, connecting again.
Ah, okay. Maybe it's because... No, that still doesn't make any sense. Okay, I don't know. You're still trying to connect?
Yeah.
It says you're on here, are you?
Nope.
Try again?
It's still trying to connect from the first time. It says waiting to connect. Nope, wasn't approved in time.
Okay, I didn't see the pop-up. There it is.
Here we go. Hi, it's Mega Man.
So, you have to join second after you have to leave and then join second because it screws up the stuff.
Well, hopefully we don't get any more soft locks then. Here we go. Oh boy, parsec does not like this rain effect. Maybe.
Oh, this one.
Crash Van Simulator. We did not. Or at least I didn't.
Yeah, this is the annoying...
Oh no, Crash Van is going to kill you if he dies. The floor will fall and yours will fall too. You're dead. So you need to make Crash Van pass this obstacle curse to fight him in the end and escape from those unestable blocks. Use your Lemon's fire button to make Crash Van jump into your direction.
Are you going to try to do it legit, or...?
I'm sure I'm trying to do it legit.
Oh, no! You have to come over this way, and one of them's following me. Oh, no. Hold on. We gotta get both of them over here.
I have no idea what is happening right now. There we go!
Oh, no!
Oops! Oh, well, I was trying to get the token.
We can't with them. We have to come back.
Oh.
After we kill them. No, stay over here. Otherwise, they're gonna keep trying to go over by you.
Oh, they can jump that high.
That's one of them. Well, that was one of them. Oh, you're standing too close to him again. I need to just see...
Is that them using time stop?
No.
Then why are you using it?
I'm not. There's a bright man in this level.
Oh.
Nope. Get over there! Or Flash Man. Get over there! It's like frame perfect here. Oh, this is so annoying. Come on! No! Oh, come on!
Let's just make them jump up and over.
No, don't go over there. They won't jump. You can't get them to make the jump the other way. It doesn't work. We have to stand over here and get them to do like the frame perfect, because it will not work otherwise. Oh. I can't, they're not even responding to my inputs sometimes. Okay. Take care of frickin' Flash Man first here, because my god. He's being annoying. No, damn it! You don't go over there. They try to stay on top of where you're at, like underneath of them. We can't get them to jump to the right unless we stay to the right. They'll still come back around. Ah, this is torture. Ah, and they don't even respond sometimes in co-op. No! We might have to do this the cheap way. Can't really do that now.
Okay, what's the cheap way?
We're gonna have to retry.
Okay.
Cheap way is this.
Ah. Gotcha.
Now we just take out frickin' Flash, Mr. Flashy over here, and then we can go up and...
Is that his weakness, the lava thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ow. No! Ah, we didn't get the...
Alright, well, guess we're doing it again. And then we get to read the reviews. I really didn't want to say this, but now it appears I have to. This game is so essy! I mean, all you do is press one button the entire time! What if I didn't want to buy the potion? The only thing you can upgrade is strength?
What?
It's a review of Super Press Space to Win RPG.
Ow, 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 ow. Stop that. Okay, don't kill him while he's like on top of us, so we don't grab. There we go.
Oh, okay, now I can get in. Do something. It's a water level. You don't need the magnet beam. Now we need the magnet beam or rush.
I don't know. Magnet beam seems to be the quickest go-to I found for most of these. So quiet.
Yeah.
Submitted co-op run. Woohoo!
Alright.
Let's see, what is our co-op? Wow. Yeah, that's my normal score, nor damage. Perfect!
Oh, I like this.
Co-op. We are... Wow. Really? It took us that long? Didn't seem like it took that long, but... Oh well.
Alright, let's see here. Oh, right, I can't actually flip through these. Well, this is a familiar feeling concept. I know I've played in Mega Man Maker before multiple times. Having to lure around Crash Van, or rather Crash Men, so he's safe to kill later seems like a neat idea, but in practice, it's actually really frustrating to control, turning the experience into a chore with how long Crash Van's gauntlet is. Having to lure two at once is just a cherry on top, as they're very rarely synced up. But then there's also a Flash Man at the end of this section, and the floor doesn't explode unless you kill all three of them. As a result, you can just use Tornado Blow and Spark Chaser to kill Crash Man, and then go kill Flash Man and claim the element. I rather doubt that was the intention, and it breaks the level clean in two. It might be a good thing, though, as it would have been super annoying otherwise. Huh? Inside you there are two Crash Men? One is jump, one is shoot. Two broken halves of the same. Who will win? Or, that's not how it... Oh god, you do not look well. We not challenge. We are ultimate challenge. Sure, buddy. Let's get you an orange pop. I like orange. I inject Clash to help make challenge. Yep, yep.
Okay.
I get what you're going for here, but it doesn't work. It really doesn't. Influencing the movements of a boss to solve a puzzle is a decent idea on paper, but in execution it leaves a lot to be desired. For as simplistic as this level is, trying to do this the intended way by getting two copies of Crash Man to cooperate with jumps is downright tedious. If you somehow manage to get them to the end, though, you now have the task of dealing with three bosses at the same time. This whole process would be really frustrating if it weren't so easy to cheat it. The floor doesn't break away until all three bosses are dead, meaning you can just use weapons that can reach Crash Man from below, like Tornado Blow or Spark Chaser, and then head to the right to deal with Flash Man alone. While I'm thankful there's a workaround to frustration this level could cause, I still can't ignore the fact this is a glaring oversight that breaks the whole point of the stage. Maybe it could have worked out better if it was split into different segments, along with using different bosses that you had to avoid rather than indirectly control. I'm honestly not really sure what else I could suggest here other than to get more people to playtest your stage next time. You'd be surprised by how many ways any given level, even most basic ones, can be broken. Clash of Crashes! Well, this was certainly a weird little experience. I find the concept of manipulating and escorting an enemy through a series of obstacles to be a pretty neat gimmick. As the current stage stands, however, it's more like a proof of concept than a fleshed out execution, which is a shame. That's what I think the stage is trying to go for anyways. It isn't actually really clear what good it does for sending a Crash in to the end. If anything, it makes the end fight more difficult, pinning you against both Flash and Crash at the same time. Well, they kind of just spawn camp you a lot, the little hole you have to get out of. I do notice the platform you start on disappears if any of the Crash Men were to be eliminated, so it's kind of an enforcement mechanism in place. It doesn't work though, as you can just ignore the Crash Men doing their own thing in their chambers and go out your way to the end.
Keep hitting the wrong thing.
Pardon me, but I believe you're looking for the Make an Experimental Mega Man Maker level contest, which is down the hall. Unconventional escort quest, actually pretty cool. Blowing up the floor to deter a premature victory, smart. Communicating the rules to the player up front, much appreciated, but that's where the questions cease having positive answers, so I'll stop asking them. Visually, this is the level equivalent of paint swatches from a hardware store. Decide which Mega Man 2 style set best fits your simulator room. The Bubble Man section is begging to be animated. A patch of unsightly, non-solid tile sticks around after the floor explodes. Some other music after the bosses are defeated might have been nice. Thanks to haphazardly arranged architecture, with invisible slopes no less. Navigating Crash Man through a level is a mostly tedious affair, which reaches peak difficulty right before the easiest part. Without any hazards to you or Crash Man, however, the whole exercise is pointless. It's a time-wasting journey that ends in a sloppy boss team-up. assuming you played a level as intended, that is. Contrary to what the typo-ridden text box says, the floor only collapses when you've destroyed all 3 bosses. Among other strategies, you can immediately obliterate Crashman and his flagrantly accidental doppelganger with Tornado Blow, saunter over to the ladder and hit Flashman from the ladder with Magnetic Shockwave, thus completing the easiest damage-free run in the contest. I do like the idea of needing to traverse Crashman's path in reverse to get the token, but aside from checking if the invisible wall is still there after the bosses explode, there's nothing to it, aside from saving a smidge of weapon energy to get back out. Fun concept, dysfunctional execution. Intruder spotted. Pursuing target. Pursuing target. Pursuing target. Error. Error. Mobility system non-functional.
This one is glitched up beta.
Oh boy. 4 tokens, huh? Mega Man, is that you? Help me. I tried to experiment, but this happened instead. A version of Sonic Man is the source of this now. Be careful. Oaths are really deadly. Threw a Susie Octopus battery at them to confirm that... Oh.
Apparently you were the Susie Octopus there. Thank you, sweetie, for kicking my hand. Can I use... She did not appreciate that input, I guess. Oh, jeez. Stop kicking my hand. Hey, no, quit kicking my hand.
Checkpoint.
Let's go. Checkpoint.
I am upside down. Why am I upside down? This cannot be possible. How is this happening? Ah, why did he help me?
Definitely feels like a kid made this stage.
Any idea what the music is from?
It's the Exorcist theme.
Oh. What? Oh. Okay, well, there's the tokens. Huh? How did you get here? Then, again, this place is glitching, and if you want to leave, head to the right. Do not worry, the first 2 zeros you will stand on are strangely not deadly. I'd rather you not chance on the other O's, though.
I don't even know why the Exorcist theme, or...
One, not 3 equals... Holy...
I have no idea.
Oops! It keeps happening.
Just like the really lazy tile.
Okay, yeah, it was definitely the rain throwing off my, throwing off the latency. Wait, who is this guy?
Sonic Man. Ow.
Is he from DOS 3? Oops.
I don't know. It's gonna be hard. Wow, this guy's gonna be real hard co-op because I don't know who he's focusing on.
Andy, what his weaknesses?
No, I've been beating a lot of these Buster only. Well, I guess there's a way to find out.
It's not that. It might be Spark Chaser. Yeah, I think it's Spark Chaser. There we go. We did the thing. Oh, this is a whole lot of nothing. This concept had potential, and I was certainly baffled when I arrived. This is just dull and bland instead of anything interesting. Throwing out what little concept it had in short order, the zeros seemed to disappear about halfway through the level. It had barely anything interactive. At the very least, it was surprisingly functional for a glitched up beta, but it's not the most significant part of Pass. Otherwise, there's not really a lot to comment on here. There's virtually nothing to talk about here. Even taking this level at face value, and it's a joke about the game or engine getting messed up, therefore it's supposed to be bad, it still ends up falling short. I get the intention here, even if I didn't find the joke itself funny, but the problem is you still need an actual level to support it. Granted, the concept of a glitched level isn't exactly new, but I still think this could have worked if a lot more effort was put into it. If you're going to do something like this, you might as well go all out with it. Make the visuals more unique and twisted as the level goes on, or add strange new enemies and gimmicks to mix things up. Basically, my advice would be to take the glitched up aspect and make it a part of the level's identity instead of just being a weak punchline. You didn't install Mega Man Source. An interesting choice of aesthetics, I guess. That's right, I'm talking about the music. It do be so gosh darn loud, holy garbles. Honestly though, if you take away the whole glitchy part, the stage is really not that impressive. The architecture involves all straight paths. There's only one section of the whole stage involving any platforming at all.
Sweetie, can you stop kicking the controller on we're trying to read stuff? Come here, yes. Kick this.
And you reach the next part by a ladder each time.
Ow.
Accompanied by a checkpoint reach notification. I almost felt like sections were just lazily copied and pasted together with the same lame way of transitioning. The stage would have been more interesting if it tried to utilize its theming a lot more, like having clashes of different tile sets together to form interesting terrains to traverse through. Enemies fused together to create a glitched abomination, making the stage layout more chaotic by having more varied transition methods, etc. Just things more on top of the mind than splattering giant ones and zeros in places. Numbers. How spooky. Thank you for calling the MAGMML3 Level Design Support Center. Before we connect you with a representative, please enter our self-service checklist that can help resolve many common level design problems. Has this level been playtested by multiple people? Hazards placed too close to screen entrances are a common sign of under-playtesting. If your level has any text, for example NPC dialogue, has it been reviewed for typism and clarity? Is the level visually appealing? Little touches, for example, background tiles arranged to look like an enemy or like a glitchy program are nice, but remember that repetitive textures and long stretches of solid-colored background should be avoided regardless of the theme. Choosing enemies that fit the theme or respraying them to look like they fit is also recommended. Are the challenges thoughtfully constructed and organized into some sort of thematic, difficulty, or complexity progression? If there are blank screens with no apparent purpose, and if every challenge contains only one hazardous component can be overcome by doing the same thing 4 times in a row, then the challenge design is probably not sufficiently innovative or meaningful. Disguising spikes and platforms as binary code is a cute idea, but not enough to carry a level. Are checkpoints placed at logical intervals using the correct type and quantity? Has the level been checked for any oversights or inconsistencies with collision and section objects? For example, bottomless pits where there should logically be a transition to the screen below. Tiles that don't function like they should, especially if deception isn't the core theme. Does their level avoid making a player fight Sonic Man on dry land? Because seriously, fighting Sonic Man on dry land is not any fun for Flashman. We apologize, no representatives are available. Please hang up and try your level again. Me, this stage. Is this art? We already read Mick's review. Hey you, you're an intruder, right? Please say yes. I never have anyone to shoot at these days. Maybe it's because of all the unstable ground and the spikes. And rusty spikes on unstable ground. Oh, and of course the tetanus, but that's a non-issue for us robots, eh?
This level is...
You don't know the drill by Papyrus Semi.
Oh, hold on. There are hidden things in this area. I know where they're at. Ow. Excuse me.
And yet you don't know where the Mets are. Welcome to Gutsman's secret cave for really cool dudes. Gutsman isn't here right now, so please leave a message after this tone. Boop!
Oh, yeah, you can hear my soundboard then when I set it off, huh?
Yep.
Ow. Yeah, the invisible ladder, not only that, but this. Like, even knowing about that, it's just what?
Wow. Oh, I have to up and jump, huh?
Whee! And of course, the better pick the right side or you're gonna die thing.
Hello, puppy. Ow.
Whee! Empty sections, and hey, there's another hidden ladder right here. These are all just really
Sorry,
dumb.
due to budget cuts, we are unable to afford Drill Man. Guts, man.
Oh.
Budget cuts, budget cuts! The only reason we can't afford Drill Man is because he wasted our stage budget on his stupid gravity flippers, Crash Man.
This just keeps going and going.
Jeez, cool down, like... Guts, man. Yeah, sure, that's easy if you aren't subject to violent, uncontrollable mood swings, Crash Man. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, look at space. Wow, that's a lot of tanks.
Yeah. Welcome to the level to farm if you want to fill up, I guess.
I guess so, yeah.
That's how I got a bunch of achievements.
Matsu dislikes this level. Besides, those gravity flippers were totally worth it, Guts man. Well, at least we could afford enemies for it. Well, at least we could afford enemies for it. Hey there, Eddie.
These just don't stop. It is just like enough.
This one's a different color. Some days later,
they're still just going, and it's like, okay, they're still going. It's like enough.
This is just silly. Ooh! Well. Wait, what button do I press to get back in? Start. Okay. Yeah, horrible!
I don't even know what this thing is weak to. Oh, I think it's this.
Go.
Ow!
Woohoo!
Yay! Ow! Yes,
game.
butt in my face. Thank you, sweetie. Fairly inoffensive outside of hiding all the secrets and hidden ladders for no reason.
Not funny, didn't laugh. Humor can be a nice thing to have, but it's important to have an actual level behind it. This ultimately does not. It at least starts with something of a level, albeit with one with naught but some gravity flips and weirdly recolored enemies. Also, it didn't even use mugshots for Crash Man or Guts Man, despite the engine supporting that, and the music dies so easily, I'm not convinced it's the engine this time. Oh, alright then. But why though? In all seriousness, however, there's not a whole lot to discuss here. Design-wise, this level is all over the place. Many of the sections here are largely empty or feature inefficient enemies thanks to their placements. With special mention going to the hot dog you can safely kill by standing right next to it. The tokens are probably the most notable thing here, given two of them are hidden in a pretty ridiculous way. While the level does hint at them via some ground tiles being slightly different, such minor... Quite frankly, can't see anyone attain them the first time through without prior knowledge of the map upgrades, at least.
Because I'm sliding around everywhere for speed, but...
But do you know the bulldozer? That was certainly a level. There's a story being told in the form of a million signposts that I'm not going to read through. Seen a Minecraft adventure map. And I guess it's somewhat entertaining to look at the wacky changing visuals and unexpected tricks the level occasionally throws at you. Other than that, though, like there isn't any really like actual level design going for the majority of the level. You're right, I don't know the drill, because I was under the impression that the drill is to make a good Mega Man level, not a haphazard collision of assets that uses a silly narrative to excuse the absence of real level design. The entire level hinges on the player being amused by the presence of sloppiness due to budget issues. The finger holds flat, or worse yet, the player ignores the generically named info boxes which don't even bother with character portraits, and the whole thing becomes a waste of time. The story is the only reason to play this level. Graphics? Most screens consist of repetitive foreground with a nondescript or crudely abstract background. Soundtrack? It's a hodgepodge of decent tunes that don't complement each other, assuming the music starts playing at all. And I'm always wary when levels reuse iconic music from previous MAGMMLs. X Factor would like a word with the Wily Castle section. Gameplay? Shoot the thing in front of you, jump over an easy gap, learn how more than a dozen unrelated enemies and gimmicks function, and wonder if you'll see any of them again. Fall through a fake floor and then replay the whole level to get the token you were cheated out of. Polish? Bottomless pits are indistinguishable from screen transitions. Gravity flippers hardly look like gravity flippers. Invisible and completely absent collision objects turn air into walls and walls into air. Jump over the gate to turn Wily's castle into Wily prison. Problems like these make the hidden ladders look like actual tiling mistakes instead of something suspicious to be investigated. I like the idea of a level is comically falling apart because of imaginary money matters, but this one joke falls apart because of a joke first and a Mega Man level second. You realize entering intentionally crappy levels does not get the response you're expecting. It's got zero reaction for me. I feel bad putting it in the effort I am into this comment. Other than my sheer bafflement at you somehow breaking a music player, there's nothing to discuss or make light of. Except this. For everyone playing, 2 of the hidden tokens are down invisible ladders during these screens of stone floors. Yep.
This one is...
Not delivering on promises by Giga Otomia.
It sure seems like... Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's a Quest 64 battle theme.
Oh, that's what it is?
Yeah. Sped up, but yes. What?
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 Well, there's a co-op glitch for you. Oh yeah, this level is impossible to Mega Buster only.
Okay. Yaga!
It took me forever to find this. Don't fall! Oh, we're... Oh, okay, good. You can get soft lock by doing that, careful.
What? What?
Uh-oh.
What?
What?
Crap!
What?
Wait,
Thank you for the wait. Why did the crab lift off after? What? Crab, you're supposed to lift off right away. Well, whatever.
It happened again.
Oh my god! Well, we're not gonna have any health going into the boss.
Oh, right. Fan guy.
Ow. Ow!
I'm not coming back until we're good and safe.
We're not going to be safe. There's no checkpoint in this level.
And let's hope we don't get hit, I guess. Oh, hey, it's Quick Man.
No! Oh, come on!
Oh, Spark Chaser has infinite ammo?
In this stage, it does.
Okay.
Yes. Darn it! We died at like practically the same time. Wow, that seems like it's gonna be a little overkill with the flares! Okay, let's try to drop at the same time. Ah!
I wasn't ready.
Extremely annoying. Fluffer! Come on, health! Health?
There's health.
There's a little bit health.
Alright, coming in. Kill the crabs!
Rain of crabs.
Or something. This is stupid.
As long as we can get across the thing, it's probably enough health to kill the boss.
One can hope. Although this Quickman wanting to attack both of us, I don't know. Go.
He'll probably try to focus between both of us, yeah.
Oops.
Of course, it doesn't help that it's really hard to see in this stage.
It also doesn't help that I don't know the patterns for any of these bosses.
Quickman is a pain in the ass even knowing his patterns.
Yeah.
Ooh, thunder, thunder, thunder. Co-op! Rare number 2!
Nice.
I'm number 3 in this one.
We are number 2. Hey! You know, if you promise me nothing, then how would you not deliver on promises that don't actually exist? But then I suppose there's some promises in the level won't deliver on in the end anyway. Anyway, for the level itself, this level is short. It has a lot of arbitrary design, infinite weapon energy for some reason, and absolutely no checkpoints. It's definitely not an award winner. We wouldn't even call it fully functional. Still, there's things in here to note. The crab room was memorably silly, and the wispy Quickman, which I know is from a ROM hack, was an okay twist on the old dev kit boss. That's about all there is to say. I don't get it! Yeah, I got next to nothing for this one. There's a lot of things I could ask why to in this stage, such as, why are there no checkpoints anywhere in this level, even if it is incredibly short? Why does this level give you infinite ammo for every weapon? Why is the token hidden via an invisible ladder? Regardless of what the answers to those questions may be, the rest of this level's problems are all glaringly obvious. The only other semi-notable thing in this stage is the modified Quickman fight at the end. Aside from the fact that he turns into a small flame while he's jumping for some reason, his projectiles are a lot easier to avoid than vanilla Quickman's are, provided you stay close to him. The farther away you are, the wider the spread on the flames, which can often put you in situations where it's near impossible to avoid taking damage. All things considered, I wouldn't be surprised if this level was intended to be a joke. Even by those standards, though, I wouldn't say it's particularly good. Promisant. The level only consists of a few screens with very basic platforming challenges, and enemy placements aren't all that inspiring either. It's also powering a portion of Mega Man 1 Fortress Stage 2 at one point, which is odd to say the least. What's even odder is that all of your weapons are given infinite ammo. Other than one part with the horde of endless crabs, the whole level is completely trivialized by the fact that you can keep spamming Tornado Blow. The boss is just a lazy Quickman at it. The lack of any checkpoints in the level makes getting to him a bit of a hassle, but the stage is extremely short and easy anyway. There's also this weird unmarked secret laying around with pretty broken rewards all around that you can just keep grinding for once you know they're there. I imagine your list of promises when designing this level looks something like this. I promise not to load a bunch of Mega Man 2 assets into a shotgun and fire wildly at the screen. I promise to show players how much I care about them by placing at least one checkpoint literally anywhere. I promise to communicate to players that they have infinite weapon energy before they get tired of dying repeatedly at challenges that are completely unmanageable with the Buster. I promise to spare players from awkward screen transitions, aimless free-scrolling, and bogus challenges such as looking for a token in an unseen room accessible only by a tiny invisible ladder that is not telegraphed or hinted at in any way. I promise not to create a secondary secret room creating an outrageous reward requiring dev team intervention to maintain game balance. I promise that the boss will have all his sprites replaced with a cute little flame, and his projectiles will be free of technical polish problems, thus ensuring he's taken seriously and not written off as a slapdash joke. I promise that creative dev kit boss alterations, acceptable music selection, and compulsory functionality won't account for the majority of the points this level receives. Whatever the actual intent was here, please promise me that the next level will be just like this one. By the unlimited fiery strength I now hold in my grasp, the world will tremble at the powerful might of spam, 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 spam! Lovely spam! Wonderful spam! Hey.
Uh-oh. Sweetie, what was that? What?
Oh.
What?
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 What just happened?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Apparently there's a quick restart key.
Apparently there is a quick restart key that Sweetie hit. Well, it saved the level thing. Now you have to disconnect again.
Thanks, sweetie.
Just let me know when you're disconnected.
There's
gotta be a way to...
I am not disconnected. Hang on.
There has to be a way to get this to work, right? Oh, you're not disconnected. Well,
I'm disconnected now.
okay. Yeah, there has to be a way to get this to work,
F2,
right?
huh?
Oh, no.
It was F2, apparently.
She managed to hit F2. Lovely cat. Just lovely.
Alright, rebooting. Or reconnecting.
Okay, here we go.
Sweetie! What are you doing, kid? What are you doing, kitty, huh? You're such a kitty. Rain! Rain! Rain!
Great killer.
Playability in Parsec killer.
Yeah. We were on this one.
A piece of cake, but with aesthetics by NixPG.
Oh, this is the one that has 2 routes. Oh,
Okay.
which one do you want to go first? We
Left.
to do them both. This was the music that sounded like one of the JoJo themes, but it's not.
It's Magma Man from Mega Man 9.
Yeah. I don't really remember a lot of the Mega Man 9 music. It's been a while. I perfected the game, and it was years ago.
What is this pile of junk? Nice shooting. Yes!
Well, at least this wasn't our 30XX co-op with the crazy going on. Wow.
Woo!
Token! Boss!
Alright, it's Dustman.
Oh, Dustman's gonna be a pain to co-op because I have no idea who he's going to attack. Dustman's one of the easiest ones to no-hit, but it's also... we don't know who he's going to attack. Because all you need to do is jump straight up and it'll avoid you. Now for the second path.
If Bench says hi.
Hey.
Hi, If Bench.
Yo. Whoa.
No!
At least I got more health for you to revive with.
Die!
Oh no!
Ooh!
Some of these levels are definitely not designed with co-op in mind.
Oops! The only Mega Mans I'm remotely good at are the RPGs.
Yeah, Magwell's been good. I'm only on tier 2, but that's because I've been streaming it. And... Ow! That was my butt!
That's,
A little bit of lag there.
That's Anchor, right? I think it's Anchor.
Yeah. He's not hard to no damage, I just gotta not have lag. Oh no! Oh!
No! What? Yay! Tier boss unlocked. Cool. Well, I guess it's half true. Certainly a piece of cake. Nothing in here ever feels threatening, nor is it all that interesting, but flat color backgrounds coupled with a couple Tornado Man tiles does not make a good aesthetic. In fact, there's times when the visuals are outright hard on my eyes, never mind some of the broken camera scrolling. In other words, there's really no aesthetics to be had here. It's not terribly offensive outside the visuals. Particular personal props for the split path for 2 energy elements being right at the start of the level, making it one of the least offensive second elements I've encountered in a while. It doesn't do nearly enough to be good. To be honest, I'm more fascinated by the level's name than the level itself. What does it even mean, if anything? Either way, there's not a whole lot to talk about with this one. It's a relatively empty stage with very basic enemy and gimmick applications to the point where, even after replaying the stage numerous times, it's kind of a struggle to remember any one distinct section of it, outside perhaps the methods for getting both tokens. At the very least, I can commend having a split path that's easy to access, given it's directly at the start of the stage. Outside, the only other major thing to comment on here would be the visuals. They're severely lacking, to put it mildly. I guess that might be an intentional joke given the level's name. If that's actually the case, though, I don't really think the joke was worth it. Aesthetics, and that's a major irony of a title if I ever saw one. Well, it did get one thing right. It is a piece of cake. Yummy. There are 2 paths. Both of them are relatively simple and aren't really all that remarkable, other than the occasional screen flash in the form of bright background tiles. I guess that's supposed to be the aesthetics. Fancy font. At least the split happens right at the beginning, but I don't know if the split was very necessary to begin with. The stage could have been combined as one, and it would flow just the same for how the themeless both sections were. For example, if for each end you fight Duskman and Anchor respectively, they're very standard ones, no changes to their arenas to spice things up. One interesting bug did happen where Anchor's element had spawned inside the boss cave and got pushed off screen because he died too close to the wall there. Oops. I have to wonder about who's been decorating the cakes you've seen, unless you mean aesthetics in the sense of this piece of cake plays music. I'll give you credit for the subtle difference in floor color between paths and for confident foreground graphics, but the only possessing solid colored backgrounds and occasional moments of overzealous window tiling offer no sense of place or wonder. As for creativity, I want anything at all. Create something. Don't just drop 1 or 2 random enemies onto boring platforms, and especially don't let whole screens go by without any real danger unless you're giving the player a break or setting up a surprise. One enemy acting as a shield for another enemy is a good first step, but it's not enough to carry the entire level. 3 main things make up my total score here: an absence of problems with construction or programming, a lack of anything to aggravate me or to justify a skip teleport, and the fact that I gave 5 points for a perfectly acceptable soundtrack. Apart from screen transitions being indistinguishable from pits, this short level is easy enough to navigate. Checkpoints are sufficiently frequent, collision and transition objects are used correctly, though you can blindly fall into tellies in one spot. Each path has a couple prominent enemies or gimmicks, so there's the vaguest sense of focus. Challenge introductions are passable, if for no other reason that enemies are usually introduced one at a time in the blandest setting possible. Oh, watch that laser shrine, a little challenge there is. The design allows for freedom of weapon use without needless restrictions. I care about the title accurately as described in the level, and despite the contentious aesthetics portion, this level is indeed a piece of cake. Piece of cake with aesthetics. Well, that was a boop lie.
This one is...
Nice. The cave level exists by Big Rocker ending.
Oh, jeez, I'm gonna have to go through the stupid old man level at some point here.
Oh, hey, cave story. Oh, this level exists. Understatement of the year! Ow. Okay. Hi, Flash fan. Sawarudo! Oh wait, that is not my line. Is that a JoJo reference? Oh, why indeed it is. Aren't you the clever one? I will admit that doesn't seem related to this place at all.
Yeah, MAGMML3 has co-op. It's a little glitchy, but we're gonna do what we can.
Yeah,
wow, I just, like... barely, like, oh no.
Octopus!
Hello, yes.
Shinryu, hello!
You're getting as far as we can with co-op here. Earlier I was just messing around. There's no water there? Interesting. Messing around in levels and going for records and stuff. Camera view is shared, yes. We're doing it through Parsec.
More cave story music! Ooh! Wait, what? Oh no, there's a second boss!
Yep.
Ugh.
Well, I guess...
What?
I got the health.
Okay. That's not even the end of the level.
That was a pain in the buster only. Yeah, I've been alright. Woohoo! Yeah.
More cave story music! Who are we fighting? Oh, Mecha Dragon. Oh, he has iframes when we both shoot him. Oh well. Got him.
Halfway through Kuro 2? Jeez, yeah, that's...
Wow.
I have it...
Woof, woof,
my
woof.
goodness. What's the matter with him? My goodness.
Not gonna lie, this was kind of pointless. A whole lot of nothing happened, and there's not much to comment on. About the only gameplay worth bringing up at all is a double Death Kit boss, which is bad, because they tend to overlap like crazy and be a pain to dodge. And unnecessarily big rooms, which is still bad because there's nothing to do except get lost for no reason. Beyond that, only real comments are that visuals are extremely bland. There's a broken slope, and the music is nice. Yep, it sure does. In all seriousness, though, there's not much going on with this level. Many of the room layouts are pretty bare bones, featuring a lot of wide open space that makes most of the enemies a non-issue, even more so when coupled with higher jumps granted by water physics. This is especially true for the Mecha Dragon fight, as you're given 4 whole screens to deal with him. Beyond those issues, the only other noteworthy thing here is the double boss fight. Unless you're going to set them up so that their movements and attacks play off or complement each other in some way, fighting 2 bosses at once is typically more of a pain than anything. Just sticking Bubble Man and Sonic Man in a room together, regardless of how large it is, doesn't really work out. The loud music that exists. As well as inconsistent volume. Audio mixing, people! Well, Selva certainly lives up to its name. It's a few screens of enemies, and the only thing that's going on is the cave story aesthetics. As far as crossover stages go, this is unfortunately quite barren. It seems that the collisions of the slopes are misaligned. Often Mega Man cannot traverse a set of them without getting stuck in the ground. Another issue is that sometimes it's difficult to tell if you're out of water or submerged, since the water tile look very similar to empty tiles at first glance. Also, it doesn't help that the screen transitions would mask the whole splash effect when normally going out of water. I seem to be really bad at fighting Bubble Man on ground, as the fight with him and Sonic Man quite unfair with the lava tiles on the ground limiting mobility.
I do like to wonder why people love putting the underwater bosses on land.
Bubble Man's buster shots are very hard to dodge without the water physics. Meanwhile, Sonic Man will punish you if you don't stand bound to the ground close to him at all times. Mecha Dragon, on the other hand, is completely non-threatening with so much ground to stand on in its arena, trivializing the fight. What a title. The confidence you have in your level is exceptional. Ironically, this barely feels like a cave after the first couple screens. However, it does feel like some DOS games I played. Minimalistic, but not altogether unappealing graphics, large free-scrolling areas with no sense of challenge progression, and enemies haphazardly introducing and forgotten forever. No bards will sing of this level's clunky layout or lackluster architecture. Not that anyone would be able to hear them over the music, mind you. Volume aside, the relaxed audio is a good fit for the level, and one of the only reasons I enjoyed myself at all. At the very least, the level needs more background detail. The teleport statue is a good start. More polished use of collision objects, for example, putting water collision over the top solid platforms. And some sense of focus beyond random water enemies sometimes, I guess. As a side note, if you're going to use a thematically unrelated Flashman NPC in the contest where one of the judges is named Flashman, given dialogue I might actually say, Zawarudo! Indeed. Water physics inexplicably disappear when they're needed most. With low gravity, Sonic Bubble could have been a genuinely fun fight instead of the part where you give up on a no damage run. Could call him the weapon refill at the gate, though. I would have loved to battle Mecha Dragon in the submerged air with larger hops between fewer platforms. Even moving the dragon onto the center of the arena would be an improvement. All that room to work with, and the dragon hangs out so far off screen that you're basically tickling its feet with whatever weapons will reach. Yes, this level certainly does exist, but it needs a better selling point than it doesn't not exist. If you aren't going to put any effort in... Leona also disliked this. Neither am I! Alright, I need to get some water if I'm going to keep reading these reviews.
Oh wait, there was something I need to unlock if I remember. Let me do this. Does it work on this one? Huh. I guess not. Weird. When I hit print screen before to take a screenshot on my single player, it unlocked the skin. Maybe it's just unlocked? I'll have to check the costs in place. Maybe just unlocked overall. Oh, he's Surreal K9's getting some water. I'd make more coffee in the amount of time, but I do not have enough time to make coffee. Yay! Come on, ducks. Well, we're waiting for the water. For 169, the leaderboard, sure. Oh, hey! 9th place! Yeah, I didn't go back through this one. Hey, there you go.
Hello, I may not... Whoops! Brilliant.
Hey, we're #1 in co-op.
Nice.
I'll have to go back and run through it.
I may not be a cave level, but I sure do exist.
Alrighty. All these robots have silly stuff about them up here, but...
Okay, let's check it out. Armored explosive robot, drill man. Failure. The drills at the dom tip cannot reliably penetrate walls and remain fixed. Note to self. Apparently a Russian scientist is designing a similar robot to this one. Consider revising this drill bomb. Future use, Dr. W. Time-stopping robot, Light Man. Failure. Time-stopping technology doesn't work. In fact, just causes the body lights to flicker constantly. This robot makes me physically ill. Dr. W. Armored combat robot. Barga Man. Failure. Upon completion, this prototype went out of control, only saying something about assimilation. I noticed more of this robot appearing weeks later, just as other prototypes have vanished. Dr. W. Nature combat robot. Elephant Borg. Failure. Despite possessing great strength and bulk, this robot's power consumption is laughably poor. It runs out of power in just 2 hours. It also refuses to accept any fuel other than, of all things, peanuts. Surprisingly, peanuts do not power robots for very long. Dr. W. Air Assault Room. Thunderman. Failure. This robot cannot handle the voltage of its own electric attacks. Every combat test has ended with the prototype completely short-circuiting itself and starting at least 2 fires. Between Smokeman and this useless bolt-filling bucket of bolts, I regret not putting more windows in this place. Incendiary combat robot. Smokeman. Failure. This robot's unorthodox means of venting excess heat has caused tar to clog up its servos and irreparably damage important circuitry. All attempts to provide substitutes have been violently refused prior to total mechanical failure. I'll need to consider a different means of controlling nuclear power in a robot. Nothing?
Nope.
Nature combat robot. Worm Man. Failure. Hindsight is always a nuisance. I've only now realized I built this robot a smidge too tall. Upon completion, it couldn't walk out of its manufacturing chamber. When told to crawl out, it claimed to heat small spaces. Ah, so much for natural camouflage. You'd probably make a better combat robot out of a tree. Underwater combat robot. Pump Man! Failure. In addition to sinking like a rock in water and being completely inept at swimming, the bubble shield designed for it is, well, useless. So I'm sure I'll destroy that blue pipsqueak this time next year. I swear I'll never resort to using a robot like this.
Cycle facility. I don't even think I did any.
Cycle facility by...
Oh, 3rd place. 1st place, hey!
Nice. Cycle facility by who? Sharker the Shark.
Which one is this? Oh no.
This is what? This is one of the Wily levels, isn't it? The music.
I don't... maybe? No. Is this... this is the train level, I think, from Mega Man 5?
Charge
maybe?
Man?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I guess it does sound... Whoops! Oh no. A little bit like a Mega Man 5 thing. Sure,
Yay.
Invisa platform.
Exactly. I mean...
No!
That was some bad timing. Wow. Okay.
I am just going to be an incessant source of slapstick in this Let's Play, huh? Oh, what? Quick Man. Lasers.
It's there for some reason.
Okay. SpongeBob Cave Eaten Alive Bulb Orb. Absolute preparation. Okay.
One of the exits. Now we gotta go back through again to get the correct one. I don't know what is with people adding, like, completely hidden ladders in places. They sure like doing that.
It's not anywhere near as bad as, well, actually, it's exactly as bad as one of the levels in MAGMML3.
Oh, I'm sure Maggle has some pretty common problems like these levels do.
There are a couple of levels where a star was hidden in an invisible block. Just like partway through the stage. There was one level with a hidden star that you had to go in and completely unmarked pipe warp.
Wait, there was the platform there normally. What? Does it only appear after we kill the thing? What?
Anyway.
I wouldn't have jumped down there like that if it...
The dev of that level said he... the dev of that level said he didn't know how to get rid of the star. And just sealed it off from stuff.
Oh, okay. That sure is... I mean, these contests bring a lot of interesting ideas, but at the same time, it's like... Some of them really, really show that level design is hard.
I made 3 rooms for a Drod contest once. It was alright.
Whee! Okay, so levels with long scrolling area, downward scrolling is what can kill the other player if you're not falling at the same time.
Ooh.
Let's not take the hidden path.
Soap! Eh. Bolts. Are there any good permanent upgrades in the shop?
Like energy balancers and all that.
We start with the energy balancer.
There's a different type of energy balancer.
Yeah. Energy balancer EX.
Stuff like weapon energy will heal you if you have like full weapon stuff.
Ah, okay.
That is some bad enemy placement there.
Yeah.
Who are we fighting?
Grey Devil, apparently. Whatever you do. Ow.
If you turbo fire fast enough, you can destroy them before they damage you. For both firing, they just kind of go at the same time. Yeah! Alrighty, what does that co-op on there for that? What do we got? What's our co-op time? 2!
Oi, for once I have absolutely no idea what to say about this. To be blunt, it's really, really boring. It's a bunch of enemies in really simple locations with the odd gimmick here and there that makes things slightly more than basic. It has some unusual enemy choices such as Shield Guard and Dakone Limited, but for the most part this is really just there. Well, that's one aspect to complain about. What is even the purpose behind this second element? This really isn't a level that warrants a second visit, and having to do so again just to find a random, basically unmarked ladder was vexing. That's the only part of the stage that's truly memorable, though. Well, that was certainly something. In all honesty, there's not much to talk about here, at least when it comes to enemy placement and level layout, barring one particular moment. It's a rather short stage with basic enemy configurations along a mostly linear path. There are a couple notable parts along the way, however, such as the first token. While I appreciate that an intentional death isn't required just to get it, it also begs the question as to why there's just a random patch of invisible floor over a spike pit. That isn't the only spot with terrain problems, however. There's 2 spots before the boss where you can stand on thin air, along with the midway checkpoint respawning you inside the floor. And then there's a second token and energy element. For those of you that don't like spoilers and want to try to find them on your own, feel free to look away from the next block of text in this review. I guarantee, however, that you're not going to find them unless 1, you already know where they are, or 2, you have the map and or radar upgrades unlocked. Just why? Why are these why exactly are these hidden in such an obscure way? There's absolutely no indication that there's a ladder beneath the metal poton. And this really is stretching it, the ladder is supposed to be lined up with a tube that comes out of Sid mini-boss. I'm just taking a wild guess here. Even if that were the case, however, it would still be an incredibly obtuse hint.
Yeah, I only found it because I'm always sliding for speed, and I just keep finding the hidden ladders because of that.
The facility cycle. Whole aesthetics keep switching around per room. Is that the cycle part of this ye old facility? This level is a whole mishmash of random gimmicks, enemies, and misaligned collisions. Feeling like the stage is just kind of thrown out there without much care or thought put into it. If you need even more evidence of how unpolished the stage is, the respawn point is embedded into the ground. Truly the level of all time. Now how about we top this all off with a funny secret ladder into the last token and element, along with a funny memery imagery. Next. Level names are very...
The hidden ladder that was, like, above and, like, unmarked in the one level, the climb upwards was the worst. It took forever for me to find that.
Because you can't slide into it. Level names are very important to me. They help set player expectations and may hint at the amount of care and effort expended by a designer. In fact, 2 whole points of my design score are devoted to how well the name matches the level. Cycle implies wheeled vehicles, or perhaps something cyclical, such as seasons. Facility suggests a location with a specific function. I originally pegged this level as a place of inscrutable purpose that cycles through unrelated tilesets and enemies, recycling the same uninspired configurations ad nauseum. But as soon as I wrote that sentence, it maybe occurred to me that this is a recycling facility. MAGMML3 contestants, we need to have a talk about naming recycling-themed levels. So let's assume there's actually a theme here. I see junkyard tiles, vaguely industrial tiles, which don't match at all. Junk spewing enemies, and enemies that dispense discarded balls and medals. Yeah, it's a recycling facility. I don't know how bubbles and a Google won't figure into it, or why we detour into a single screen for some other level involving lasers. I'll leave those questions to the philosophers. The numerous design flaws are textbook examples of what happens when someone still learning how to use a dev kit doesn't get other people to play test their level. Some highlights include egregious problems with collision, section, and checkpoint objects, a completely skippable mini-boss that creates a deadly problem if completely skipped, and an unsightly secret room with delusions of being an acceptable place to stash half the level's key collectibles. Still, the level is playable and not overly long or difficult. Music is good. Background graphics when they decide to show up as in character. Part of me wonders whether this was submitted to merely to see how the judges would react, but I'm hopeful this was an honest attempt gone awry. This feels like several levels thrown into a blender, and an incredibly unfocused level appeared from it. There was nothing but enemy challenges, as each gimmick only rarely appeared once and were rarely appropriate or added anything, such as quick man beans or water sprouts. The constantly changing tile set was jarring, even as this is the point of the level. There needs to be some cohesion through a level, but we rarely ever saw the same enemy more than once, and certainly didn't find the level any more difficult as it went on. In order for a constantly changing environment like this to work, there needs to be something that stays the same throughout to anchor the player, without the entire stage feels like a mess. If there didn't need to be a second exit, a token would have been enough.
Yay! Hey, it's Pump Man!
Ugh, this place gives me the chills. I was on my way to the sewers, I took a wrong turn and wound up here. And then, I saw another Pump Man. He had my name, my shape, my weapon, but he's been dead and rusting here for years! I need to find some graffiti to clean. I don't know what's real anymore.
Oh no!
The equivalent of an old man rambling at something.
Rambling at the clouds. This level is... oh...
Hello, it's me, Dr. Light. I've left a message here to inform you about some differences you may not be aware. Firstly, I will inform you about these things called doors. I know, the fiends. There are multiple types of doors. Orange-yellow doors lead to forward progress, while blue doors lead to somewhat silly things. 2 things will damage you if you touch them. Spike balls will hurt you quite a bit. Blue spikes will hurt you quite a lot, or in other words, kill you. So watch out. There are also secret passages hidden from view, so keep a close eye on your surroundings. There are some powerful foes up ahead, so stand your guard. Good luck. I think this is the latter half of the Wily Fortress from Mega Man 3. Bah. Octo Battery. Good call, honestly. Ah!
Yay, now we get to go back through that again.
Bye.
Yay for health. And nuts, I guess.
And checkpoint. Did Walls stop the Mega Buster in Mega Man 1?
No.
Okay. Can't recall whether or not there was ever a Mega Man where Walls stopped the Buster.
I don't think so. Wait, Mega Man Legends.
Nah. I guess I was implicitly talking about 2D games. Can I not slide in? What? Wait a second, what? There was a token.
I know, hold on. We're gonna have to retry the level to get that. Oh wait, we can't! It's gonna put us here. Whatever. That wasn't... No. We have to get that. At least the first token we grabbed is already done. And we don't need to deal with it. The actual intended path of this level just sucks. We have to do them both, so it might be a little easier at co-op, maybe. Yeah, we'll have more weapon energy to deal with the nonsense. But believe me, it's quite a lot of dumb nonsense. Okay, let's... Ah, darn it.
What?
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
Okay, well, apparently we want to be the guy. Except me, I don't want to be the guy. Oh, bugger. Yay!
Iframe abuse.
Why did you pick those up right away instead of waiting for me to spawn? I'm a fertile!
Well, I don't know if there's anything in there, but... Yay! Well, checkpoint.
Checkpoint.
You could beat this boss. If you read these things, they're going to take forever, because it's literally the old man yelling at Cloud thing.
Oh boy! Okay.
The other, I mean, that's something I noticed is that the other side of the level.
Oh no, angry face! It's old man!
The other side of the level seems to be themed around the old man's rant of what he went through. That I think that's a little neat, but the other side is also
Oh, there's a second.
really poorly done. Like, okay, the old man starts ranting about bees and other things, so you have to deal with way too many bees. We're talking like way overkill on the bee enemies. Like, I get it, it's a joke, but come on, there's a limit. I mean, if there was a way to like make it look like an actual like beehive with most of the bees on the wall not chasing you down, so you have an aesthetic going on there too.
Use Hornet Man's tiles or something.
Yeah, but you'll see what I mean when we get to it. What they go overboard with.
I could have used that energy.
What energy?
You picked up a small energy.
Oh.
Oh, welcome to Ice Cream Parlay. We serve all kinds and serve all kinds as well.
because he ranted about ice cream and stuff, so it's just like the old man's story on this side. Which is, I mean, an interesting thing, I guess, but...
Derek Exposit. After grueling studying for educational purposes, it's quite delightful to acquire some ice cream from...
Grueling, huh?
Grueling is here, Quint. Pre-processing ice cream parlor. Oh, sorry, sir. Please wait a moment while I serve the other customers. Gemini mad. I've been waiting for at least 30 minutes. I'm about to go crazy if I don't get my vanilla chocolate sundae soon! Myself, calm down. It will come when the time comes. If you go crazy, I'll make the ice cream take longer. So, like, don't have a cow man. Cow man! How dare they not want me? I'll make them utterly pay after my lunch break and after I finish my shift here. I'm a bar mitzvah for sheep man.
Except he failed the pun. It wasn't like...
This is a tadpole bin. We use these to make the ice cream. We try to make them feel cool, temperature-wise. They're not cool at all about being turned to ice cream. Also, we'll find you if you destroy them. Ah!
Here we go. Here comes hell.
Freeze!
There are too many.
What is this, an Oprah meme? Ah!
Yeah.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm a furball.
Oh man. The other way just takes us back through the bees.
Well.
Ow. Ah!
Here. Tried to shoot it, but I didn't need to. Okay.
He must go. His people need him. Goodbye.
And here we are again. So wait, where's the other energy element? It's to the left, I guess.
I guess it was down there with the bee thing? I don't know.
Yeah!
I really don't.
Z.
I guess we're gonna have to just exit and go back through that. Okay, so if we go right, no. If we go right, then we have to go the wrong way. Dan. Ugh.
This sure is a level.
Yeah, it sure is a level. And the boss is a nightmare too.
Yeah, bolt.
Alright, let's... Ignore the
Oh, right, that's not a
seal
mini
fin
boss.
thing. And all the people that are just here. Bear.
I mean, I'll give the level props for theming, I guess. Ugh. Yeah! Hello, it appears you came from a room with an excessive amount of bees. Perhaps you'd like to fight even more bees. If you so desire, continue with the line to fight the mini bosses taller than 2 million bosses in the shape of these. If not, continue to write and play level like normal.
Yep, okay. These guys are not the problem. Actually, I don't want to use that. Whatever.
Woo! Hi, Hornet Man.
Yeah, 2 of them at once in this setup is just awful.
Oops, I'm dead. We did it! We did the thing!
It's so awful.
I don't remember any Old Man Rambles coming with ominous theme music, save the songs for Ice Cream Pyros in the Jungle. I also don't remember any actual difference between orange and blue doors. Both of them lead to level progress, considering there's multiple energy elements. Kind of sideswiped the concept there. Most of what I do remember is a poorly built level. Machine Gun Joe jumps off screen a lot, and Walking Bomb isn't nearly as prominent as the completely skippable ramble suggests.
Yeah, it's definitely... Well,
Plenty of bees,
yes.
however. Entirely too many bees. What even was that nonsense anyway? Let's top it all off with a dull attempt at a joke boss, and Hornet Man struggling to function in duplicate, and we got a level I rather didn't enjoy. There are 2 pieces that deserve credit, at least. The fact that damage spikes versus kill spikes are actually explained and telegraphed, and the token challenges are mildly interesting. Doesn't make up for the rest of the level, they warrant recognition nonetheless. What? No, seriously, what was that? I can't even really talk about this because there's almost nothing here worth bringing up that isn't immediately obvious from just looking at the level itself. The double Hornet Man fight is the only thing I can really think of that warrants any kind of mention, mostly because of how frustrating it is unless you abuse Tornado Blow. Other than that, I'm not even sure what to say here. Even that context at the end doesn't help explain this level much. If anything, it only raises more questions. Angry Grandpa. Well, that was a stage, I guess. The old man joke boss was pretty funny, but the rest of the level, it's just there. A very bare bones level with nothing really much standing out in terms of design. Even the Joe at the beginning just jumps off screen if you wait long enough. He doesn't want to get involved here. A joke boss fight alone is not going to be enough to at least get the level high score, pal. The tiling could use some work too. Never mind the fact that the Napalm Man's tile set is kinda overused. Wait, why are there hidden paths inside the walls now? Well, it's not about the old man. The other half of the level devolves into bees funny, right guys? The bee jokes have gone so out of control that there are now 2 Hornet Men. That's not a good prize. Needless to say, the fight is pretty unreasonable and unfun. Back in my day, we made levels that made sense. Context? We gave players context right away, or left hints everywhere. Anyone who hid their contents in a secret room or at the end of their level is fed to the sharks. You better believe we had sharks, big sharks, all over the place, and sock drawers everywhere, just like the power-ups here. Kids these days think E-tanks grow on trees. They don't. Only little health refills do. Which reminds me, if you're going to use flower and spike tiles, make sure they match the background. You can't decorate a bunch of collision objects and call it a level. The level should have a deliberate sense of style with tidy architecture and a sensible layout and polished text. Before I was a freelance garlic salesman, I was a llama photographer, so I know a thing or two about aesthetics. And you can't throw music tracks around all willy-nilly and call it a soundtrack. When I was your age, we only had 1 Hornet Man, and that was already more than some of us could handle. Back then, we had to walk 20 screens uphill with the only boss chamber in the whole level, and there were no secret passages dropping us off who knows where. We almost never heard from Dr. Light unless he was stuck on an asteroid hovering toward the sun, and that was mostly for flavor. We learned everything the hard way through good level design. Did I ever tell you about the time I found bees in my tadpole legs? Or a time someone left caltrops on the stairs? Those are pretty good stories. Well, I need to rest my eyes for a bit. Be a dear and get me some ice cream, would you? I don't mind if it's nutty, but it has to be layered right so it doesn't look like it's entirely nuts. So, most time in the stage is spent reading signs. I say comedy is subjective, but the stage amounts to bees. Expect a chuckle. People will just skip your pages and pages of funny dialogue. Not a word. What's this? A judge doesn't find a comedy about bees to make a good level? My chest cavity full of bees ought to put a stop to that. No, it won't. Adding more bees doesn't suddenly make it funny.
No, a tick shoot out of my nipples.
Oh, I agree. Bees are not funny, so that's why I brought hornets! I hope you enjoyed my old man. I remember this. This is
Proto-Man
Dr. Wiley's old red
again.
UFO back when we first fought.
Proto-Man, quit stealing Mega Man's lines!
It's rusted shut and it looks like it's inoperable. Oh well, blue was always a better color for it.
This stage is ultimate level.
By SM3 rule.
Yes, before we do the ultimate level, I gotta use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
I hope you people enjoy how much I destroy my throat for the sake of good comedy. Or at least comedy that exists. Uh-oh. Discord. It's a thing. It exists. So yeah, I'm Cerebral Canine. For those of you who don't know me, I've been friends with Fox for like 14 years now. He's a cool dude. We met in the furry chat room. It was a thing.
You just sleep in here. Alright, and here we go. Ultimate level. Woohoo.
Oh, right.
Ultimate Destiny. I don't know. Oh yeah, this was the like inoffensive level almost.
This is my first level, ultimate level. I'm doing this stuff with MAGMML. I've had little experience with Game Maker Studio. Okay, now enjoy the level.
Chick, regular, just spontaneous chick.
Oh no!
Yeah, I saw that coming.
Joe, please.
Come on. You just take wasting my time. Penguin. I mean, if you want health, it's a... Sometimes? I guess not that time. Whee! Yeah! Got pulled up into the platform.
Worms! Oh, you can break the dispensers.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Oh,
Check
this! The one that you can't really easily get over with Buster only. The only way to do it is by dying, so trying to get perfect on this level is, like, going to be a pain.
This sounds like a Sonic level, but...
Hi! Have a great time down there! Ow.
Actually, maybe it could also be from a Star Force game I haven't played in a while. I don't know.
Oh! Whoa! That sudden like frame drop from you dying almost.
That's what killed me a couple times.
Oh, that's right. We need to get through this with the key intact.
Hmm.
There's nothing over there. Okay. Checkpoint reached.
End is near.
I hope you're ready.
I'm not ready.
Oh, well. We have to restart the level in order to get
okay.
everything now.
You could have waited for me to...
That is just kind of bad when you have to
so
restart the entire level.
So does the player who picks up the key have to survive, or is it just
I don't know. I think maybe... I honestly don't know. We haven't tested that.
Okay.
Maybe it doesn't matter, but...
More like Rude Joe. Teamwork! Ow. The thing has really long range.
Yeah, like, I don't know how they are expecting you to...
Oops!
Outside doing that, yes, I'm dying, but...
Yeah, that was just me falling off. Yeah, you have the key.
But I mean, I'm trying to figure out how you get through this Buster only without dying, like to get perfect. It seems like you have to die there to reset that and grab the key.
Oh. Well,
I mean, I guess if you ignored the key, it's about the only way I could see, but, Needleman needles. Here we go. Ooh.
Gotcha!
Castle.
Our first.
Are you trying to farm health?
I don't know what I'm trying to...
Excuse
oh no,
me,
it's my...
man.
Try my Dark Soul. We did it!
Yay!
Hey there, Eddie.
There we go.
Oh, hey there, Quint. What was the name of this level again? This is the boss theme from Mega Man Star Force 2. And now he's dead. Wait. Okay. Oh, right, ultimate level.
Oh, yeah, yep, the old...
What could it be? Splash Woman! Hold this plushie up to your ear, you might hear the ocean. On top of recording a Splash Woman's new hit single. What's this, a plushie?
No. It's adorable, probably. I should ask an expert on it. I think there's an expert back at the hotel room. It might be nice for us to bond over collecting plushies. And now, boss time. Oh, you want to read reviews up there? Yeah, let's do that.
This level is called Ultimate, but it doesn't seem to be shouting about Maria very much. As for what it does, well, not a lot, actually. While yes, this level has a lot of different pieces, the majority of the actual design is basic jumps and flat surfaces. This takes any potential variety and curbs it, with the vast majority feeling samey, even though there's a new toy in every room. Variety is a good thing to have, but it's a variety of scenarios that create an interesting design, not a grab bag of pieces with the same window dressing. That being said, there are some specific moments I need to cover. First, there's an unnecessary amount of pixel-perfect jumps in the stage. Not exactly difficult, seeing you can just use utilities, but the excess makes this a bit tedious. Secondly, while the idea of carrying a key through the level is a neat one, I'm not sure I appreciate how easily the checkpoints can screw over the player. Granted, if that didn't happen, there would be no difficulty in getting the level's token, but having to restart everything for one little mistake often leaves a bitter taste. I'd much preferred an actual challenge to fake difficulty. Still, as a first level, this really isn't bad. A bit on the boring side, which really hampers my ability to talk about it, and a touch too many tedious parts, but there is a foundation here. My main piece of the dice. A variety of scenarios with a small handful of gimmicks is usually more effective for level design. Quality over quantity, and don't be afraid to experiment with different placements. Oh, and the custom graphics are pretty. Regularly appealing black backgrounds got dull fast, but otherwise they look nice. I don't want to turn this review into a full-on lecture, but assuming the text box at the beginning isn't a joke or some elaborate trollish ploy, I'd like to give you some advice. When it comes to level design, there's a number of things you need to keep in mind. One of them includes proper introduction to new gimmicks and enemies so they don't blindside the player. This stage goes against that basic design principle in a number of ways. I'm not saying your enemy gimmick setups need to be hand-holding levels of easy, but they should at least let the player get a proper feel for what they're going to be put up against. Putting them in a situation like at the start of the stage where two different dropping platforms are introduced over instant death is a bit much for an introduction. Having two enemy types waiting for you on the other side of those platforms isn't doing it any favors. This stage also suffers heavily from the one-and-done problem where a gimmick or enemy will appear and then never show up for the rest of the stage. A good chunk of the level is like this, for that matter. Funnily enough, despite the stage being so frantic with its constant use of different enemies and gimmicks, it's still relatively easy. The only points where things become somewhat trickier during certain 4-tile-wide jumps, a few which I don't think are possible without utilities. And then there's the fight against Quint. While I'm all up for changing things with the vanilla engine bosses, I can't help but wonder what the point was of adding gravity flippers to Quint's fight. It only serves to make him easier than he already was. At least that's what I'm getting out of it anyways. Overall, this level definitely isn't the worst level I've ever played, very far from it in fact. But it's still not particularly good either. Practice makes perfect though, and I know you can improve immensely over this. Ultimate Level, MAGMML3. It's okay for a first ever level. You can definitely see some beginning designer's mistakes, such as not introducing your gimmicks first in a safe environment. Several of the platforms first appear over a bottomless pit, especially the rough placement of Picato 24 mandatory 4-tile jumps that almost require the player to do them almost pixel perfect. All gimmicks and enemies come and go, never to be used again for the rest of the stage. Minor complaint, but no walls or the screens and makes it somewhat annoying to secret hunt. The powered up switch setup is also quite precise without using weapons. Gravity flippers would make the Quint fight a little more interesting than normal, but said gimmick was never introduced in the stage itself, so it could be confusing for players who have not seen this gimmick prior. Granted, it's still a dev kit asset, but the point still stands that proper gimmick handling is important. I can almost believe this is a legitimate attempt at a real level with a reasonably kind checkpoint placement, thoroughly normal length, good sounding music, and graphics that vaguely look like something, I guess. But then there's an ambush by Picato 24 and Sniper Joe, an end is near sign secretly forecasting a cheap death, and a halfway interesting fight with a boss who's notorious for not being taken seriously, which collectively make it hard to believe that anything named Ultimate Level ever had any intention of being good. Soul is neither truly ultimate nor ironically unultimate. It's a series of unrelated, uninspired challenges taking up space in a visually and architecturally barren location. And it seems like a half-butted attempt at a troll level. If you're going to troll us, do it right. Subvert expectations, mess with our heads, pile on the pain until it's preposterous, but demonstrate just enough restraint to keep from getting excluded. This level demonstrates so much restraint that it almost doesn't have an identity. Aside from the aforementioned ambush sign and boss, which actually kind of work to an extent, you could have a promising career as a troll if you really want to. Virtually no risks are taken. This feels like an early draft in which the designer was still trying out different ideas and getting a handle on how collision objects work. Any difficulty stems from fleeting setbacks and mild inconveniences. Once you know where beginner traps are, the hardest part about getting the token is having the patience to play this level a second time. A good level should be fun to play. A good troll level should be fun to watch other people play. This level, this is ultimately a level. Unfortunately, there is very little substance to this level. There are huge numbers of enemies and gimmicks used exactly once and never seen again. It's very hard to show any kind of progression or focus in a level with unique assets. Because of this fundamental flaw, there isn't a lot more to talk about the level. There are a couple of positives. The graphics are pretty well tiled and put together, liking detail in the background, and the music was awesome. Funnily enough, the Quint fight was pretty enjoyable because of how silly it ended up being. Checkpoints are also pretty well placed, though one does bypass a puzzle, so shrug. There are a few pixel-perfect or even impossible Buster-only sections of the levels, which are pretty obnoxious and break what little flow the level has. The token requiring no death is not a particularly fun concept, especially when you can be locked out via checkpoint later on. It is obvious this is a first attempt.
Yeah.
But I would recommend looking at other levels and limiting what assets you use in the future. Also, try to get other members of the community to have a look for your level before you submit and take advice from them.
Yep.
Boss time! Tier 1 boss by Snow on Pyro! Hey, I recognize that name.
We'll do it legit the first time, that way you could do it the speed running
Mega
way.
Man, am I ever glad to see you? Pickle, the biggest pickle there ever was. Reset film, but someone stuck in who's just regular. I tried politely to eject that nonsense-spouting interloper, but I got befuddled and ejected myself instead. I'm too embarrassed to go back in. Could you shoot away the trespasser?
Boss time. This is the boss that I was, like, constantly fighting earlier.
Aha! Finally, something good! Too many dentures, boots, and apple cores down here. I still can't decide if that weird badge I found is worth keeping. Maybe I'll use it as a drink coaster. Uh-oh, I think I've been followed. This area is closed to traffic! Leave this area now! Return to your homes, families, and favorite television shows.
Proto Man are, like, having a rave in the corner here.
Hey, I'm allowed to be here. I got a tournament pass. You're the one who... The mayor has been notified and is sending bureaucrats to this area. Evacuate now before you all die or worse. Wow. Okay, fine. Guess I'm trespassing. You caught me. I don't know. Why don't you escort me out? I'm sure this restricted area would like some quiet time alone. Right now? No way. There's too much good junk left to find. I can feel it. Anywho, I'm going to get back to digging. I'm not in the mood to fight, so see yourself out, okay? Oh, today just got even better. I spy with my singular eye. A health bar! It's so beautiful.
Yeah, me and Amatsu were training first. Like, I beat him by, like, a nanosecond, and I was like, yes, first, and then somebody, like, completely beat both of us, and then I just worked at it. And...
Okay, now we totally need to fight. You might get blown up a little. I hope you don't mind.
This is going to be a pain with 2 players, probably, but... Because I don't know who he's going after.
Oof. Oof. Got him. Yeah! Well, you beat me, but I won't let blow up in a tiny piff like some nameless chump. Today I explode like a boss! Ruffian in the rubble. Achievement get. We did the thing!
Yes, we did.
Back at the hotel. I had my suspicion that the kids got a better room than Otto and I, but wow. I'm really regretting not bringing that capsule from the cruise with me. Welcome back, Mega Man. That's Proto Man! Are you senile, Dr. Light?
He's turning into Professor Oak.
Did you find anything? Well, I've gotten one of the ranks. So far, everything seems on the up and up.
Except, something doesn't seem up and up there, Proto Man. Excuse me?
I suppose that's good, but you can't be too careful if Wily's involved. I've been keeping a close eye on things here. Make sure you do the same. What? You can't be serious! Me? Disqualified? But I'm one of the strongest robots here! Strength doesn't mean anything if you can't play by the rules. I'm afraid none of these ranks you've given me are real ones. I won't allow poor sport in my event. You wretched cheat! I'll pay you back for this! If it isn't the star of our event. I'm terribly sorry you had to see that. Was that one of the contestants?
There's kind of like a funny thing going on here. Dr. Wily's in disguise, and apparently so is Mega Man.
Yes, it was one of the contestants. But unfortunately, some robots are simply too eager to prove themselves the best, but cheating isn't the way to do things. I see. It's good to know you're being thorough with the rules, Mr. Will.
Yes, no, but it is funny. It's like Proto Man's just like kicking his brother down the stairs so he can steal the limelight from it just randomly.
Please, call me Ernest! I hope our accommodations have been to your liking? Yes, so far everything seems to be fine. We appreciate the effort. Good, good! I'm glad to hear that! Look, Thomas. It's me. You know it's me. This is a pair of Groucho Marx glasses. I'm not even trying.
At least Proto Man has more reason to be surprised, I guess.
What? Why are you... The public doesn't know, but I'm not going to treat you like an idiot. Even Mr. X was a better disguise. Honestly, I'm glad you're here. A little backup would be good for this mess. Huh? Mess? Did you lose control of your tournament already? And why would we want to help you anyways? No, that's not what I meant, you dunce! There's higher stakes at play here, you know. We have a common goal here. You want the world destroyed as much as I do. Which is to say, you don't. What are you talking about, Albert? Look, you remember that mess with the Wily Star from the last festival? That wasn't me. What? Indeed, that might be a shock to you, but not even I'm crazy enough to use a reality-altering cannon I've barely tested. You can't prove you're the best when everything's scrambled beyond recognition. I fought with that stupid core for months and I got nowhere with it. I actually had to take a vacation. Me, the brilliant Dr. Wily! While I was gone, some upstart impersonated me, drove out all my robots, and stole my lab. All for some harebrained evil plan. And thanks to them, my bunker's in shambles. I needed this cheap disguise just to get anywhere. You'll forgive us if we find that hard to believe, Albert. I can't expect you to believe me either way, but I'd like your help. I haven't yet deduced the exact identity of that reality core thief, but I haven't wasted my genius on blind guessing. Whoever upstaged me and activated that core must have been someone who thrives on spectacle and publicity. Why else would they have made that gaudy announcement back at the festival? Therefore, part of his tournament's purpose is to try and draw them out. I'm certain they won't be content with stopping after one plan. Whether you believe me or not, neither of us wants some loon to break the world again, so I think a truce is in order. You're right, we can't allow something like that to happen again. If you're actually willing to help us keep this tournament safe, then we can have a truce. As I said, cheating isn't the way to do things. Stopping our mystery upstart comes first. Then we can go back to proving I'm the best. If that's how you want to see things, Albert. Perfect. Well, I'll be keeping an eye out for tomfoolery. Together, we'll make sure this is an event that no one forgets. Costume unlocked! Question mark. So that was never actually Wily behind the reality core incident. I had a feeling that was the case. Something about that whole event never sat right with me. Wait, you think Dr. Wily would never do stuff like that? Wily has done many things in the past in order to prove his genius to the world. Stealing the robots of others, blackmailing scientists, harnessing otherworldly energy, unearthing ancient technology, time travel, unleashing a virus. Oh, and I ended up in jail once because of him. But mangling the world the way that imposter did, that just didn't feel like Wily. You say all that and still think he wouldn't do that? His tournament's just started and it's already been gathering a lot of attention. Which should be perfect for luring that hijacker right into our grasp.
There we go. It worked this time.
Say, that's not the only reason you hosted this tournament, is it? Like I said, that was partially the reason I'm doing all this. There are many factors that have led to the creation of this whole event. No point listing them all out to you at this moment. I saw the trailer. This tournament was also meant to lure me here, wasn't it? Well, we wouldn't have nearly as many watchers without a world-renowned hero here, now would we? I'm promising to hold up my side of the truce. We expect you to do the same. Gonna check out those costumes. Burb. You're right, now I've got a rank, I can visit the buffet. Glad we chatted. The Victor Heights Buffet and Bar is open. Contestants and tourney visitors gather here to be at ease and chat. You are authorized to proceed. Please comport yourself with dignity. Unsolicited advice? Why, you didn't even have to ask. There's more where this came from. 1. If you're low on health when you reach a checkpoint, pause and select retry. You'll come back with full health. 2. Narrow passages often lead to secrets. Ice Wall and Magnet Beam can help you get into ones that are higher up. 3. A lot of people put a lot of love into this whole experience. And it did for you. Think about how cool that is. Oh, hello, Mega Man. It's been a while, hasn't it? Quake Woman, it's nice to see you. I hope you and Vesper Woman are doing well. Yes, things have been on the up and up. Dr. Leland is working with the tournament staff, so we're staying here for now. Apparently Ernest Will needed assistance in analyzing those mysterious stones that he dug up. I wanted to investigate them for myself, but just being near them made me feel nauseous somehow. That doesn't sound good. What are the rocks like? Orange rocks with an eye symbol engraved into them. I'm unsure where Ernest got them.
Sounds kind of suspicious.
According to Mother, though, the rocks are mostly empty shells, hollow on the inside. I hope they aren't the start of a new nefarious plot. Well, if it helps, I've already got my eye on Ernest, so if he tries anything funny, I'll be on ground zero to stop him. That's reassuring. Good luck, Mega Man. Good to see you, Mega Man. I've been better than ever lately. I can't lie, though. I'm feeling a little down since I wasn't able to enter the tournament.
Wait, is that Gumshoe?
It is Dick Gumshoe! See, I thought about it. But with all the strong robots running around, I don't know if my cute bees would be enough to topple the competition. There's a 7th tournament later down the line. Maybe I could beg Dr. Lind for combat upgrades? Oh yeah, I'm envisioning it now. Get 2 busters on my arms for rapid-fire action. Mow down anyone who dares approach me. And I can keep my cute bees while I'm at it.
Who are you?
Agent Krantz. Hey, Mega Man! Fancy running into you here, huh? Oh, hi, Agent Krantz. It's been a while. I hope you being here isn't a sign that something bad has happened. Nah, don't worry about it. Gil and I just wanted to get out and enjoy the sights. Well, I had to do a good amount of convincing, but we're here now. Phew, I'm a little on edge, so I'm glad that things are okay for you guys. No problem. We'll be around if you need anything. Gil said I was maybe getting a little too excited about this tourney, but hey, I gotta root for you somehow. Agent Stern. Ah, hey kid. Figures you show up in a place like this, pal. Agent Stern, it's nice to see you again. You look like your usual Stern self. If I had a nickel for every time I'd heard that joke in my career, I'd be rich by now. I'm just messing with you, kid, though. I figure you got a lot on your hands already, so I won't be too hard on you. I'm never a fan of these flashy robot tourneys, but Rosie's enjoying it, so I can't be too upset. Well, I'm just glad you're here for that and not something worse. Yeah, there's slow days for us every now and then. Hence why we're out here in the first place. See you around, kid. If you don't believe I'm rooting for you, then knock yourself out. Kitty! Hey, the coffee here isn't bad. I have the 7 cups today. I feel great. You don't believe this crazy story. I saw some weird cart riding robot book it into his closet not too long ago. They must have really made themselves comfy because I haven't seen it come out since. Huh? Why haven't I got in? Well, that's about my pay grade. You deal with it, honestly. Yeah, I knew you'd show up here eventually, Mega Man. Are you ready? Huh? What am I supposed to be ready for? You don't know. By stepping in here, you've entered into the thrilling and dangerous world of achievements! Thought the sign outside said trophies. Yes! Achievements! Exactly! Special challenges, unique suggestions for playing, check marks on a list. Representations of pure accomplishment that directly inject adrenaline into your body! I got a booklet of tasks right here, you see? Filled with a bunch of stuff you can do during the tournament. Now I can 100% guarantee you that completing each achievement will reward you with, drumroll please, an untold sense of pride and accomplishment! Yeah! If you want to be a thrill seeker like I am, then these are your first steps. Look upon my pamphlet with awe. Yay!
Hey.
I want to get up on the stage. Konnichiwa! Jill Pop here, aka Idol Woman, the biggest name in the live entertainment this side of the building. You want music? Oh, I'll give you music. I know every tune from every corner of this event. I take requests. I'm not just here to entertain. I'm here to support you and everyone who came here to compete. Call me Attorney Rhodey. Good performance starts backstage. If you want to talk shop about tools, equipment, or the idol biz, I'm your gal. Every one of Chance Van's upgrades can be a game changer. Unless you're flush with tokens, how do you choose? There's no best upgrade. It all depends on what kind of competitor you are. What do you need now, and what's worth saving up for? It's science! Hey, Mega Man. Welcome to the Victor Heights Bar and Buffet. Sure, a lot of people will be happy to see you. Guests come and go all the time, so make sure to check back often. Oh, hey, what's up? Not many people realize they can talk to hotel sprinklers. Jacket's a little boring, but there's a bit of beauty in such camouflage, you know? What? I'm not rodent, I work here. Us animal-type robots need jobs, too. We're the only bar in town carrying the tournament host's personal brand of beer. Can you interest you in a Willer Light? Heck yeah! Wiley beer! It's 10 o'clock and I want to rock. I want to get a belly full of beer. It's Nightman, a splash one. You know how much I love to sing, but do I really want to be in front of a big crowd every night? More importantly, do I really want to let you call the front row the splash zone?
Oh, jeez.
Your songs, my suds. It'd be a perfect match. Just look at the crowd this bar has because of the live music. I count 9, maybe 10 patrons. This place is practically begging to be shut down by the fire marshal. I carry a multitude of fine vintages from all the way back of 2000X. All day, every day, I get thinking. Ever wonder what they put into synthahol? Why you feel buzzed? I sometimes did wonder. Well, I looked it up on the interweb, did my own research. Viruses! Small little viruses that force our anti-malware systems to kick in. It's that damage and corruption to our software that we interpret as good vibes. Crazy, right? Could you imagine humans poisoning themselves like that just to feel good? Don't be ridiculous. Humans are logical beings of pure math and calculations. What possible reason would they ever stoop to that? You have to wonder how we strayed so far. Maybe I'll go make myself a hammer. After I get some more water.
Oh.
You, Trey. How have you been handling the simulations so far? Maybe you've been improving your strength. Oh no, it's Bob!
We have an imposter.
My gaze is always on you, Mega Man. Your scent, your sounds, I know where you've been and where you'll go to. When the time comes for the finals, I know you'll struggle against the pressure of overwhelming odds. I'll see you there. Long time no see, Mega Man. Proto Man? What?
You're talking to yourself.
Proto Man, what are you doing here? I have my reasons and you have yours, but here's some advice. Clearing these gauntlets won't be as simple as going down a list. There's more than first meets the eye. I've been surveying each area. If you see me, perhaps I'll share what I've discovered with you. After you've cleaned each gauntlet's main prize, that is. Really? Thanks, but how come you're helping me? Someone call it good sportsmanship. Now go and earn those ranks, and see you in the finals. He's talking like Hunter Woman. If he's participating, will I have to fight him? For now, I guess I should be glad he's helping me. What does he have to say about Region 1? See, you've already started collecting ranks. Tiers ahead of you are going to be tough. I've heard the casino has gears to give competitors an advantage, for a certain price, of course. You should check it out. You're going to need every edge you can get, Mega Man. Good luck.
Co-op bugs are great, yeah. Let's find the... Kitty is still here.
Tengu is still sleeping. Seriously, how long does a robot cat need to nap for? Kitten! To the casino. No, 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 no. And a costume shop, too.
So hitting print screen and the other thing unlocked Flashman.
Ha. Okay.
And we have
Maestro. Alright.
Custom! I'll have to make the custom one at some point. You can change from Protoman to somebody else if you care.
Okay. Maybe I'll be Roll. I don't know.
Roll base is there too.
Yes.
Oh wait,
I can't.
who do you want to be?
I want to be Roll. I can hear some faint sounds of construction. Maybe I should come back later? Ah, okay. To the casino! Is this a casino?
No, it's not. That's the dev room.
Oh, okay. That's a big casino! Well, it's a big tournament. Gotta have somewhere for everyone to blow off steam. Break from the gauntlets is nice, but I'm still here to compete. I'm betting they have more than gambling in there.
Where did Mega Man go? He disappeared.
Hello? You don't look our usual type. Get what I'm saying? I severe doubt a kid like you's got a membership. Membership? I mean, this is my first time here, so I probably don't have one. Just what I thought. And buzz off, skedaddle. You got other places to be, don't you? Boss? Hey, what's up? Huh? Let him in? What do you mean it's Mega Man? It's obviously Roll.
Yes.
Psst, hey, Bouncer Boy. Boss said to lay off the kid. Give him one of our spare memberships, apparently. What? You gotta be kidding me! Guess that makes sense, though. Boss is rather eccentric, isn't he? Hey, be quiet. I haven't hung up yet. Forget I said anything. Apologies, kid. Welcome to the Magic Card Casino. On the orders of our boss, here's the lowest tier of our membership. Bronze membership! I've also been informed that the boss wants to meet with you on the top floor of the building. I wouldn't keep him waiting if I were you, but enjoy your visit regardless. I wonder why the boss wants to see me. Weird. No music! Launch party! Woo! Alright, love. Welcome to Magic Card Casino, the entertaining capital of the 6th sponsored robot tournament. Take a gander. We got good spread out between 3 different floors of full Ritz and Glitz. You're lucky to have one. We sold out in a jiffy, and the boss doesn't give away his spares to just anyone. Bronze gets you in the door. Silver and gold, but you need to find them on the second-hand market now.
I haven't seen many people in the casino yet, but I've only started the second tier, so.
Whee! I love being a roulette wheel. This is the best day of my life. Speed.
Whee!
Wait, can you talk to that guy up on the ledge here? Is that a guy you can talk to?
It's a lamp.
Eh. Yeah, okay. Ever since I flew above one of the tables playing cards, I can't help but notice all the cameras pointing at me. Makes the bug feel really paranoid. I was only heading for the bathroom. Hey, the kitty! Cards! Get your playing cards here. Unfortunately, I can't use the actual king brand instead of playing cards. That is not for us peasants. The king decreed that we test your patience. Verily, dost thou want to hear the rules? And best of luck to you.
It's solitaire.
Okay. Solitaire, the kitty cat. Kitty cat. This place is next level. The colors, the lights, the games. My sensors are going crazy. The only way this day could get any better is if people stop mistaking me for a stack of poker chips. Why? How? When? Why are we trading bolts? Gambling with bolts! Bolts! Am I going crazy? Why is he trading the flesh of our fallen comrades? Open your eyes, Rust Buckets! Open! Stop this madness! I misread that guy's name as Bladder. I'm no capitalist, but I have respect for what they're going for here. Addicting machines that endlessly drain your wallet until there's nothing left. Isn't it a thrilling thought? After all, money and blood are essentially the same thing. Spin! Spin to win! Bet where spin to! Wager is 50! Never mind. Okay.
What?
Today I've been kicking. Today I've he's been. Do you have enough bolts? I was just, ascending up the ladder.
Well, look.
It's Megalore! Hey, it's another customer! Just ahead of you lies a special weapon challenge to end all special weapon challenges. Rift Wanderer! Oh, but you don't have a silver membership yet. If you can manage to snag one, please do come back. Hello there, Mega Man. I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Pharaoh Man? What are you doing here? Man, you're like one of the last people I expected to hang around in the casino. I don't blame you. I typically wouldn't be caught dead here either, but Magic Man has a way with words, I will say. I've been looking to try out the simulation technology myself for quite some time, actually. In a way, we can recreate digital ruins that shall never decay. It's rather fascinating. And right in front of you is the fruit simulator, the Pharaoh's Challenge. It definitely looks impressive. What's it like? You see, I'd offered to explain my little game, but it seems you don't have what you need to play it. You need a gold membership and something else I'm not at liberty to say. Though you're smart and tend to rear your head in strange situations, I'm sure you'll find out eventually. Good luck in the tournament, of course.
Yeah. Who?
What about this game? Magnet Climb! Oh, look! Hello there, step right up and challenge your aerial survivor skills in Magnet Climb! In Magnet Climb, you have to survive as long as you can in an endless ascent with nothing but your trusty magnet beam. Oh, a relentless barrage of enemies tries to knock you into a pit that breathes down your neck. There's no end goal, just live for as long as you can and go for a high score for bolt rewards. For the sake of fairness, your tanks are disabled here. You'll have to rely purely on dodging skills. Good luck in there! This is where the luckiest of the luckiest try their hand at our state-of-the-art games. You can find some casual games on the west side while the big shot sub-games are on the east. Good luck and win big, or don't. We get your money either way. There you play on the Rockin' Wars game based on the past exploit in the first of the Wily Wars. Enter here.
It's like
didn't intend to work as a card dealer.
Secret weaknesses.
I originally tried to get a gig of security. Got rejected. They said my generation of Joes was too scrawny. 7th generation of Joe. Scrawny. Bah, it's not my fault we were marketed as a sports model. And sold poorly. Is that why you never see many of your particular model of Joe around? You're quite distinctive with your Go Faster stripes and all. Probably. Turns out armor is pretty important when it comes to protecting high-target military bases. Apologies, we're still working on setting this game up. Once we're done, the entire world will be able to compete for useless prizes in Big Pets Stacker. You there! Our game isn't quite ready yet. We're in on an immense shipment of glass bottles, you see. But fear not, Bottle Breaker will be open for all in due time. Hello? Is this the top floor? I was told the boss wanted to meet?
Why does it always roll into front and center now out of range?
Ah, you finally arrived. You're lucky, you know. My patience almost ran thin. Wonderful, wonderful. Now our show can begin. Magic Man? Oh, yeah, I guess you were on the sign outside. I don't know what I expected. When I secured our sponsorship for the tournament, I just knew you would come crawling to my establishment.
You knew Roll would show up?
Your competition is fierce, ruthless, unforgiving!
Roll is pretty hardcore.
You haven't read Bob and George. Of course I know you're the type to beg for help in your time of need. And luckily today, I shall be your savior. Huh? I mean, I appreciate the help, but I didn't necessarily say that... you don't need to explain yourself to me. I understand your feelings completely. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? I have an offer that I'd like to propose to you. Per the Magic Card Casino's promotion of the 6th worldwide sponsored robot tournament, each of the Gauntlet simulations has been provided with tie-in materials, let's say. This right here is a Trickster token. I'm sure you might recognize it. These lovelies have been scattered throughout the simulations you've been challenging, all thanks to yours truly. Now, would I be right in saying you have the skills to tackle these sorts of collectathons? After all, you helped collect all those noble nickels for that buffoon nightmare before, correct? But I'm not sure if you're quite up to snuff, you see. The Magic Card Casino plans to put on an encore show for the tournament once it concludes. And I'd love someone like you, the champion of Mega City, could join as a guest star. The publicity we get from that, oh, it's rather enticing, don't you agree? So, you just want me to appear on your show? What do the Trickster tokens have to do with that? It's simple. You're the type to favor your everlasting peace over the true spice of life, showmanship. If I brought you on my show now, you'd be about as entertaining as a spilled bucket of paint. But if you have the spirit, the resolve to collect each and every one of my Trickster tokens, perhaps you could convince me otherwise, And if you're not fully on board yet, maybe this will change your mind. Chance, man! About time! I was waiting way too long for your dramatic cue. It's an honor to meet the famous Mega Man and induct you into our little game. I managed to snag quite a few goodies through my own bets to offer to you, you see. If you bring any Trickster tokens, I'm more than willing to part with my inventory. Not only do you prove yourself a Magic Man, but you're getting snazzy upgrades out of the deal, too. I'm not sure about this, but I'm having a hard time coming up with a reason to disagree, to be honest.
What's the matter, Lakota?
I guess I've given enough people my autographs this tournament. What's an encore show on top of that, anyway? If I'm going through the simulations, I might as well keep an eye out for the tokens. Good attitude. I truly do want you to prove me wrong, Mega Man. I'll take that as your official agreement, then. I'm confident you'll be able to find all of my tokens. Well, I won't waste your time any longer. Good luck in the tournament. I'm, of course, rooting for you. You'll know where to find me and Chance Man from now on. And please, enjoy the offerings at our casino as much as you'd like. Hey there. Let's check it out. Energy Saver. Okay. Only works with the first 8 weapons, or 11.
Are we stuck? Oh, you're controlling it.
Energy Converter. When you're full on ammo, all ammo drops become health and vice versa. When you're full on both, they become bolts. Do you want this? Flurry Buster. A solar-powered buster that enhances the buster, increasing the number of shots you can have on screen. Revenge Burst. If you get hit while holding a charge shot, you lose your charge to unleash a burst attack that damages nearby enemies. Payday. A modified metal detector. It increases the value and drop chance of bolts, but lowers the drop chance of everything else. Skull Amulet. A special charm that will save you from a fatal blow as long as their HP is above 1. Sturdy Helmet. Usually worn by Metals that reduces knockback after getting hit. Reinforced Iron Boots with Jet Turbines attached to completely nullify knockback while sliding. Advanced Ninjutsu technique developed by Shadow Man. Use your momentum to slide through enemy attacks. Demands discipline and dedication to master. Increases the speed at which you climb ladders, known to improve mental well-being. Slightly refills the energy of all special weapons anytime you reach a checkpoint. Special weapons with no energy left can be used at the cost of health, as long as the health won't be fatal. Allows you to carry up to 3 M tanks instead of 1. Seems this whole time you gotta set to M for mono instead of 3 for, well, 3. When you briefly encounter a boss, this briefly displays the primary weapon weaknesses of that boss. Projects an on-demand holographic map of the area. Hold quick item to scroll. Mouse over points of interest for more info. Press quick item to dismiss. A miniature holographic device that continuously displays a partial map of the current area in the top right corner of the screen. An electronic device that makes a noise and displays a hint when you're near a secret item or area. An odd key emitting a large amount of data. Unlocks a mysterious door in a Magic Card Casino. Why are there so many mysterious doors? Why can't anyone label them? Do we want to buy anything, or are we saving up for the big key?
I mean, We don't need to. Well, that's probably much later. I mean, if you want energy converter, you can get energy converter. It might help with that. On my own, I was saving up for map stuff, but it's.
All right, I do seriously need water.
All right.
Maybe I'll get my hammer too.
Wait, this is not where you want to go because that's going to be bad for that. Let's just go to the Victor Heights for now because there was something I wanted to check in the first area. While you get water, I will get stuff too. I would do you idiot. Be out of it? Come here. What? Some RC. It's still raining. Blue. Need some cherry. Cherry, grenadine flavor stuff. Whoa. Come in. Whoa! Luna! You almost knocked it over. Careful, puppy. Hey, Rusty. For Peeper. There we go. Hopefully he's got his water. Alright. You back? Not yet. Okay. I say out of my hand as a double axe, not a tomahawk. You're legally obligated to have a sewer tier. Junk, too much junk. In fact, please help us. The Mega Man helmet is for those costumes, maybe? Huh.
Alrighty. Let's get this party started.
Alright.
Got my drink.
Back. There's something I saw before that
got my headphones.
I want to check.
Eh?
Alrighty. It was cool to have you here, Shiryu. Good luck with work tomorrow.
Later, Shinyu.
I know that feel. Being up there. Oh no, it's the extreme killer. But this I found before.
Where did this
I don't
come
know what
from?
it does.
Where does it go? Do you dare enter? Sure. UFO coordinates. Error, sending the best guess. Okay. Ouch! Hate to see the teleporter's worst guess. Good thing these spikes are worn down. Must be a cheap, slightly less lethal spikes that Dr. might have switched to after our first battle. Well, the first one's always seemed pretty cheap.
There's gotta be something
Wait,
hidden
what?
in there.
Yeah, there was another press up icon. We should go back.
Well, this is a boss. Well, here, let's get the co-op speed on this.
Okay.
Just ignore it for like the first time. We're not going to fight her the first time because she's just going to yammer on the dialogue. It's unskippable. So, but once I hit restart, hit R2 3 times and go to bubble.
Okay.
Well, once I hit restart. Or, there we go. Bubble. And hug the boss as much as you can with bubble up.
Hugs! Yay!
There we go. Now what do we got? Co-op 3. 14 seconds!
Woohoo!
Yay! Has anybody else... Oh, Amatsu beat my tier 1 boss in 12 seconds. Huh. I'll have to go back and get that again. No damage! Perfect! And one shot. 12 seconds, man. That's... You gotta wait for that to cooperate a bit.
Metal Man. You know what? This one's good enough. At least nothing good for... Nothing built something that works before I banned it. Notice his body design is surprisingly weak to his own metal blades to a crippling degree, but I didn't get to read all of that. I was too busy coughing. Wait, what was that?
Hunter Woman mentions a secret hidden in here, outside of the Chozo here.
Hyperbolt! Wow, this bolt has to be worth a fortune. Hold on a second. On first inspection, this bolt is a plushie. At least you can put it on display.
If there was mention of like a hidden thing in this zone, that's I'm trying to figure out what it was. That's what I thought.
Okay, well, we didn't teleport into the spikes.
Maybe I could do it a couple times?
Maybe.
See, because she mentioned something here.
Try looking for more active core in a teleport right there, but it's just a simulation. I thought it was part of the building like a fool, yet while in there I found a giant predator. No source, at least. No wonder, Mega Man. Are you a skilled enough hunter to find it too? Faucet Man. Faucet head constantly leaks sulfuric acid no matter how much the valve is tightened. Note to self, consider a more compact form of weaponizing water. No. What if the brake dash can break something in the area?
Maybe.
Wait a second, look at this wall.
What about this wall?
Okay, I was wrong. It looked like, you know, kind of cracked and stuff. Yeah. Frames! Frames! Also, hi, Proto Man. Frames! There we go. Now, wait, I press up. Oh, is that all that does? Yeah.
It
okay.
looks like there's something over here. To the,
Yeah. Maybe.
Do we see, like, right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. She mentioned something, but I don't...
Well, if it's, like, right here. Nope. Oh, that actually consumes ammo while we're here?
Yes.
I figured we'd have infinite ammo in the hub, infinite ammo and health.
Yeah, I don't know. She mentioned this teleporter, and I just don't know where it could be.
She said the teleporter above her is just a simulation.
Yeah, but she found something big in there. That's the whole thing. Like, I don't know if it's just like a random chance to go there or what.
What's this? Okay. Fix maps, eliminate ceilings.
I don't know. I don't know what it's talking about. Like, the only thing I can figure is it's a random teleport from here, but that would be a pain to try to get. It's a background element teleporter.
Powerful weapon. I tried looking for more active quality in the teleporter up there, but it's number 168 I think she's talking about. I thought it was part of the building, like a fool. Yet while in there, I found a giant predator. A source, at least. Alright, let's go into level 168 and look for this giant predator. This is Cycle Facility.
I don't think that's what she's talking about, but... The teleporter up here?
Yeah. She's staring to the left and talking about the teleporter up there.
Yeah, but there's nothing really in here. There's nothing in here. Outside of just the level you've already done.
Alright. Maybe she's talking about Hot Dog.
I don't think so, because she wasn't here before we beat the stage and that other teleporter opened up. I think Pro mentioned something too, so it's kind of like...
Did he? I don't remember at all what Proto Man said.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in this level here.
Okay.
But I don't know where this teleporter he's talking about could be. It says it looks like a background element.
She said she thought it was part of the building.
She's pointing up.
Isn't that just her sprite?
Oh no. I don't know what she's talking about. It's kind of hard to... I don't know. I don't see anything anywhere. Hold on. Oh.
Wait, what? Oh, we were just standing on magnet beam.
I don't know what the hell she's talking about. Like, I don't see anything anywhere.
Our viewers have nothing to say yet. Nothing except small, then some minor nuisance. Huh.
See?
Okay. Maybe we should... Maybe we need to save up for the map and come back.
Maybe.
Alright, we got some time to do World 2 levels. Hopefully we can get out of the rain. Scrapyard! Junk. Too much junk, in fact. Please help us. Welcome to the Scrapyard! This old place has been reused and beautied up for the tournament. Impressive, huh? Well, if you don't think it's beautiful, I don't know what to tell you. Resourcefulness is something to be admired. Damp Ruins by Laser Chicken. Is this Ferroman tiles? Ow.
Yeah.
Alright, I can wait for you to respawn. My turn.
Darn it! I was hoping the iframes would have protected me there. Pixel perfect frickin' dodging stuff is super annoying. Oh my god. I hate it.
Maybe I'll do it. Okay. Ow. I can't respawn because your health is too low.
I know! Hey, you guys, help, please? A little health would be nice. Hey. That sure is some bad luck there.
Mm-hmm.
Yay! Checkpoint? Nope. Oh, what? That didn't even look like it fell on me! Oh, great. All the way back at the beginning, jeez. Well, at least we don't need to worry about the terrible pixel perfect collectible there.
Ow.
There's Metal Blade when you need it. Ay, 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 ay.
What if we went left?
But
Okay.
token. Fish. Wow.
Nujaza! Who? Note from the MAGMML3 dev team. On submission, the checkpoint for the screen was placed in the wall directly above this sign. Dying to the boss head would cause an inescapable soft lock. The checkpoint has been moved to the right of this sign.
Oh no. Oh, not this boss.
Yeah. Oof.
Ow, of course I had to hit both of us. Oh,
Well,
guess it got both of us there. Jeez.
it did get both of
Well,
us.
and now we have to do everything pretty much just with the Buster, which is, this boss isn't kind of an annoying boss.
I have all my weapon energy.
It's not like it's a hard boss, it just takes forever.
Yeah.
Especially when the door, like, desyncs.
Did the thing. Wow. Just ended as soon as it started. While it has a good selection of pieces, the end result doesn't capitalize on any of it. Of particular note are Karakari, Shiboin, and Ace Manbo. Karakari only appears once and barely does anything. Ace Manbo never gets to do anything unless you don't drop straight down. And Shiboin only really matters when it spawns right next to you. There are moments I enjoyed. The Uranus Mole Room and Knuckle Duster's layout come to mind. And I will grant, I don't know if I've seen powered up geysers and Uranus blocks combined before, offering some creativity. Otherwise, this feels unfinished, especially with torches and pools that don't animate, and overall don't give me a whole lot to work with. It has more interesting stuff than the usual Mets and Joes, but there's not enough going on to be anything other than lackluster. I wish this level tried to do more. there's anything I can say in favor of this stage, it's that the combinations of the rotating platforms and water jets is a neat idea. While it's not used anywhere close to its full potential here, I think it would be work if there was more done with it. Other than that, there's not a whole lot going on here. Even with the use of the rotating platforms, however, this stage still feels really basic. There's very few instances where the gimmicks are taken advantage of to make things engaging, with the first token being one of the only examples. What really hurts is that it's easy to see how it could have been improved. Some of the enemies, especially the Morning Joes, would be far more threatening if they were placed in a way that forced you to interact with the platforms or water jets in some way, either by avoiding them or getting to a certain height to actually hit them. The only ones that offer any kind of engagement are the moles, which only show up for that one token room. That aside, the last notable thing about this checkpoint is that there's no checkpoints until the boss corridor. Honestly though, given how short and easy the stage is, there doesn't really have as much of an impact here as it would in almost any other given level. I still wouldn't necessarily call that a good thing though. All that being said, I still love to see a more well-realized version of the stage. There's a lot of potential in the two chosen gimmicks here, it just needs to be fleshed out over the course of a full level is all. Damp and compact. Really solid choices of gimmicks. I really like some of the setups here with the water pump sending you the player straight through the rotating platform, and the part where you need to descend through platforms while dodging moles. The aesthetics here are also pretty unique. Ferroman and Pumpman tile sets together isn't something you see every day, yet they blend quite nicely. Megamech Shark as the end boss seems rather unfitting. It seems like he's there to pad out the playtime a bit, because the fight takes almost as long as going through the stage alone, if you try to only buster it anyway. This stage is probably someone's first stage, and it's a good start if it is. I see the potential of a good level designer here. We need to talk about playtesting, because the room before the boss cost you about 25% of the score I was going to give. Until the dev team intervened, it was physically impossible to enter the boss chamber. If you die at the boss, you're taken back to a checkpoint in the ceiling where you'll be stuck forever. Don't let your level be ruined by incredibly avoidable boo-boos. Aside from being unbeatable, the level is inoffensive. The best and worst parts are equally mild. I dig the atmosphere. Water and ruins is a pleasant combination, and the music choice sets it off nicely. Some animation, torches especially, would be even better. Fixing a suspicious collision-free ceiling would be good. Despite a slight gradual increase in difficulty, challenges feel underdeveloped. The enemy roster is a bit big for the screen count. Karakari could have had the day off. Water spouts offer possibilities that aren't really explored. It's easy to pick off enemies around distance before they become a threat. The last vertical area needs work. The sudden absence of water tiles is odd, and there's no clear path to safety. A few descending Uranus platforms would have worked. New elements are introduced gently enough, though most of the early screens have too much going on at once. Graviton challenges are decent. The mini-boss fight is good. The Uranus platforms have their moments. The Momo room, including the tricky token challenge, is easily the highlight of the level. Mecha Shark fits thematically, but it needs spice. Water physics, water spouts, or even just reversing it to fight the head first. An E-Tank, or any power-ups at all, would have been appreciated at the level of the multi-phase boss, no middle checkpoint, and effectively no final checkpoint. Level shortness is a boon. The same negatives would outweigh the same positives in a longer level. One of the big takeaways from this level is the combination of the water spouts and the Uranus platforms is a really cool idea, and I just wish the level had made more use of it. Unfortunately, a lot of the other elements of the level have fairly basic placement and do not offer any sort of meaningful challenge, and the level feels very much like a first draft. This first draft nature extends throughout. The themes within the stage are quite unfocused and unpolished. It is just vaguely watery and somehow temple-y, with assets mixed in a way that does not make sense. The level foreground is a good example of having a lack of polish. For one example, if this were an actual location, the bricks the stage is made out of would be staggered and not just stacked atop each other. There are a couple of rooms that stand out as being particularly out of place. The fish drop felt out of nowhere, and the mini-boss had nothing to do with the rest of the stage. A single checkpoint soft-locks the player in the judging build, forcing them to manually quit the stage, and there is one screen transition that can kill the player. The mini-boss, which occurs just before the checkpoint, also has instant death involved. I quite like the room with the Uranus platforms and mole enemies, especially the spike drop, which looks dangerous, but the graphics of the Uranus platform allow the player to line up quite nicely. Again, the gimmick combination might have been interesting, but the stage is too short to explore the ideas behind this, which makes the issues stand out more. The sheer brevity of this stage is really the true detriment of this level, as none of its good ideas ever get explored. The fact the dev kit boss takes longer than the rest of the stage combined is just the cherry on top. You'll notice this in the festival. I've led the local Skip Teleporters Awareness Association for 8 years in a row. As such, it's my sworn legal duty to remind you there is no shame or penalty in skipping unreasonable simulations.
Uh-oh. Oh, is it this level? Yeah. Oh no.
Temple of Light and Dark.
This level is bad. This is bad. It has an interesting idea, but it's like gigantic. And has two different sides and two different paths. It's got like an interesting kind of idea going on, but it is just awful. Oh, and there's no checkpoints, and you have to collect a bunch of keys.
Yeah.
Open up key doors to go through the stage. Yeah, Metroidvania with no save points or checkpoints, yes. Really. There's a reason there's a skip on this level. Oh, for crying out loud. I can't see.
Oops. Oh no!
Darn it! I keep doing that. This is probably not a stage we're going to be beating. It is just generally awful.
No!
Stop that!
Well,
this...
Wait, you have health left. What?
Yeah, I highly advise to skip this level.
Okay.
This is... I tried playing it, it is awful. It is beyond awful.
This level is massive! It's more like two large levels that wind back in on each other. There's a lot of backtracking too. Why? To find keys for the key doors. You can probably guess that I gave up on this one immediately. Yeah, itches, itches, itches! It itches just thinking about trying to find anything in that dark maze. We put copies of the tokens and elements in the room below where it's bright enough to see them. Ow. This level's got hard-hitting enemies and bosses and confusing layout and too much instant death. I'm barely able to pull myself together after all that. I think I lost a piece too. Woohoo!
Yeah, it's a absolutely huge level. It is like massive, massive. I mean, I skipped the first one too, but that's just because that was the lava rising segment was just atrocious. Yep.
Oh, right. Reviews. Cerberus Man.
Cerberus Man.
Boys. Oh, this level. This did not inspire positive feelings. The Temple of Light and Dark is basically two levels stitched together. They both have two routes, one short and one long, and each have two tokens, one early and one late. Props for consistency, but both temples have very severe flaws. Not only are both confusing to navigate, but they're also chock full of hard-hitting enemies and spikes, more than the average Capcom water level. That alone is frustrating, but they're also both pretty long temples to boot, creating a downright draining experience. For specific problems, the Dark Temple Blackout is hard on the eyes since we have jet black enemies against a very dark purple. I have to squint and lean forward to see them at all, and I already use glasses. For that matter, the Tomahawk platforms have a tendency to dump enemies into spikes, rendering them useless. The Light Temple gimmicks are Yokus and Force Beams, both of which have a penchant for brutalizing you at the slightest misstep. Yes, even if the laser's 2-hit KOing you instead of killing you outright. While I appreciate the attempted consideration, dodging them is quite precise, and the checkpoints aren't merciful enough to present some tank chugging. Speaking of tank chugging, the bosses are a mess. Taking Darkman and Solarman, doubling their health and increasing their strength a bunch, not the best idea. My blind run with Darkman was downright miserable owing to his speed, his ability to kill me in 4 to 5 hits, and his being a shield boss with 56 HP. When I got to Solarman, I erased him with the water shield. I didn't have the patience at that point. The mini bosses aren't nearly as bad as the end bosses, but they also don't seem to be implemented right, leading to desyncs or floating in the floor. The Anchor fight is the most doable of the 3 outright bosses, which is ironic considering he's the bonus boss of the Dark Temple. Still, as far as token challenges go, I prefer Anchor to a challenge for the Late Light token. Killing a giant gorilla for a key. Taking the key through a huge force beam gauntlet, 3 more highly deadly runes where one mistake can kill you, and then you get the token. Completing the sequence from nearly start to finish took nearly half an hour by itself, because of course I died a lot, which is too much for 1 token. As a whole, this level is frustrating. It has ambition and some creative ideas, but the execution leaves much to be desired. There was one section that I enjoyed, though. The Dark Illusions of the Crystal Joes. That was the most interesting and IMO fair section of the level, and I really appreciated that Crystal Joe was allowed to be interesting. It's not much of the level, but there was something. I wish the level was Bristol levels more like that part.
Yeah, we haven't even seen, like, a tenth of the level with how big it is. It's ridiculous.
There's a lot to unpack with this
one side.
First off, a good chunk of this level is a maze. Mazes in Metroidvania-style levels have very checkered pasts when it comes to the MAGMML series. I notice plenty of people out there enjoy these sorts of things for how they mix up the gameplay, but I can't say I'm one of them. Personally, I just don't think these types of stages are suitable in the context of a level design context like MAGMML. More often than not, they take much longer to complete than a regular Mega Man stage, have harsh punishments for death, mostly thanks to odd checkpoint placement, and overall have too much trial and error thanks to an overabundance of winding and confusing pathways. Sadly, this particular level ends up ticking pretty much every single one of those boxes, plus a couple more. The stage itself is divided into 2 sections, light and dark. It doesn't matter which one you explore though, because both areas have their own share of problems. The light section has rooms that are packed to the brim with enemies in almost every corner along some incredibly frustrating sets of Yoku block puzzles. The one leading to the diamond token has blocks that are just out of reach of your maximum jump height, meaning you need to clip on top of them to progress, assuming you're not just using utilities to bypass all this. However, by far the worst of these is the block puzzle in the long vertical room. Having Yoku spikes that spawn on top of the player as they're trying to work around this part is a cheap shot at best. It's pretty much guaranteed to die unless you've memorized where all the spikes are beforehand. The dark section is a little more tolerable thanks to the lack of Yoku blocks, so not by much, seeing as it has sections with platforms and enemies that are barely visible. Going deeper into the stage eventually puts you on more linear paths for both sections, but they still have the same basic problems as the maze parts. Enemy placement gives very little leeway for being hit. Overly tight jumps or punishment for failure is often instant death and a severe lack of checkpoints. The lower light path is easily the worst of these, with rotating beams that come out of nowhere. They definitely could have done some better visual indicators, coupled with an overabundance of enemies that make this path far more hectic than it should be. Out of all the sections, there was one that I actually enjoyed, the Spotlight segment with the Crystal Joes. Having the enemy's projectiles along with your own shots reveal the stage's surroundings is a really neat idea, and what I wish had a greater presence throughout the stage. It certainly feels like a better fit for a level scene, more so than surprise Yoku spikes and rotating lasers, that's for sure. On that note, I can see where you're coming from using Solarman and Darkman as the main bosses, but recoloring them and ramping up their damage output to absurd levels really didn't do their fights any favors. If anything, they just serve as an annoying climax to an almost all-around unenjoyable stage. Ancient Domain of Illumination and Illusion. So right off the back, there are branching paths. There are light and dark versions of the stage you need to switch between their keys to find. Labyrinth-style stages can be hard to pull off right. Unfortunately, this is one that just didn't cut it. The maze stage naturally means the player would be expected to explore through the same areas at least a few times before they have the layout mapped out in their head. The stage didn't really quite make this process a pleasant one due to multiple reasons. The enemies, consisting mostly of Mets and Joes, have a common theme of being shielded. The other half of the roster is various stationary turrets. With most elements only serving to stop you from traversing too quickly, it's overall ended up feeling more like padding than actually spicing up the challenge of each room. There are many instant death hazards, which means you lose your keys really often for all the exploration you need to do around the maze layouts. While the keys are not mandatory for reaching any of the bosses, Still adds up to a frustration of repeated traversal needed to reach any of the side areas with collectibles. The side areas aren't necessarily breezing apart by themselves either. Checkpoints are few and far between, spelling disaster with the brutal and unforgiving platforming challenges. The Dark Temple in general is exceedingly difficult due to the inability to see or parse anything in the rooms. It doesn't help that in some rooms the platforms are outright hidden and only visible up close. The nail in the coffin, though, is that there exist fake ladders, which is just an absolutely mean design decision for what's already a really miserable section. I very much did not approve of this. Boss fights are not much better. They're basically normal engine default bosses, only given more health and maybe a speed or damage increase here and there. Kind of a lazy way to increase the difficulty of the fights for the sake of increasing the difficulty. It overall doesn't lead to a satisfying conclusion to the stage. I need water.
Okay.
Beep, 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 beep. Oh boy.
These are some really long reviews.
Eh?
Both of these are super long reviews.
Oh boy.
Hi.
Speaking from experience, mazes are difficult to do well. This might have worked as a puzzle level inspired by A Link to the Past or Metroid Prime 2, jumping between a light half and similarly get different dark half to reach the end. Instead, it's an exercise in memory two completely different level layouts. Rules and expectations are full of branching paths leading who knows where. Rules and expectations are thoroughly unclear. There's no obvious goal, too many paths, and zero warm-up for the challenges. Keys and keydoors further complicate matters. Secrets are more likely to be stumbled on than sought out. There's no logic to how most are hidden. Light and dark are mostly interchangeable in terms of design, and you lack memorable landmarks to aid in navigation. Almost every room is saturated with enemies, often in the same few types and configurations that can't reasonably be overcome without taking damage using special weapons. Some of these aren't positioned properly, falling off platforms and into pits. There's an excessive amount of instant death for any level, let alone one involving so much backtracking. The bosses don't need multiple health bars. Downgrading the damage spikes, adding more checkpoints, allowing the player to see more of the Yoku block patterns before jumping in, and or requiring less precise jumps from a player would go a long way in making the current challenges more palatable without completely reworking them. On the plus side, the music sets a great tone for the level. The visuals are clean and easily distinguishable even in the darkest rooms. Poking around is rewarded with super secret secrets. The choice of assets toward the end of the level reflects some deliberate theming of lasers, laser-shooting flowers, and Solar Man contrasting nicely with the Mega Man 7 visibility gimmick, Shadow Clones, and Dark Man. The level at its best when it focuses on developing more linear challenges with these themed assets. Oh boy, this is a stage that has a lot of little moments dragging it down, but those moments are born from a few very clear and global problems throughout the stage. There are positives here. In terms of how the mechanic is handled and pulled off, the dual worlds seen in some games like Link to the Past and Metroid Prime 2 actually pulled over very well here. Rooms are familiar between the Light and Dark Temple, but the differences in enemy layouts and terrain make them wildly different to play. I also think the general aesthetic and atmosphere fits. The actual tile set and method of tiling the level looks pretty good, and I appreciate the pits are clearly telegraphed. A very significant issue another certain exploration stage in MAGMML3 failed to do. But the issue with the level lies with the level design, not the theme. It is yet another Metroidvania style stage that tries to have the player explore every nook and cranny for keys and navigate between the light and dark to get one of the two bosses or tokens on the side pass. Unfortunately, it misses the fundamental gameplay that Metroidvania or exploration games rely on. The challenge should be in the exploration itself, and not in how the player executes their movement. This stage has an ungodly reliance on instant death or high damage challenges. Some challenges require pixel-perfect jumps. Enemies deal heavy damage, and their death pits and spikes spikes and pits everywhere. Certain challenges take almost as long to clear as an entire main series Mega Man stages. The green token takes a whopping 2 minutes even using weapons to get. Two of the primary gimmicks that are worst offenders. Force beams might not be instant death, and the layouts combined with rotating force beams offer some decent and potentially fun timing challenges. But without background cues, rotating force beams are incredibly hard to parse. Oftentimes players will take extreme damage even standing in locations that look safe because the force beam clipped them for a nanosecond as it tries to figure out what is and isn't blocking it. Yoku blocks are just a catastrophe here, with the entire challenge relying around, "Surprise! There's a spike you forgot was here!" All this and the severe lack of checkpoints in the stage quickly becomes frustrating mere minutes in. Thankfully, certain challenges can be completely bypassed for use of magnet beam. Players able to get into side passages and skip rooms entirely, but this is only a small bandage on lowering the difficulty. The enemy selection is also problematic. So many enemies are too defensive, further damaging any flow of the level required to make exploration rewarding. During the dark areas, it's even worse. In the dark areas, some enemies blend in so much it's almost impossible to see. I realize seeing how some of them are pure black, that is the point, but it's still irritating to get sideswiped by an enemy you didn't realize was there. Lastly, the bosses have an arbitrarily large health bar. This isn't a challenge, it's tiring. Weapon use and energy and weapon tanks are the only thing making this stage even slightly playable, and that does not help in the long run. I consider myself a decent Mega Man player, and I'm having to rely on these things heavily here. I fear anyone else with lesser skill might never see the exits to the stages, let alone the tokens.
Woof.
Grand Fire Palace by BioLizard Shadow.
There's only an element here.
Contains no message.
Oh, hold on, Lakota needs out. Lakota, don't do this. Come on, go outside.
Mr. Cooties.
Don't do that. Come on. I know what you're doing. Ah, darn it, dog.
This is a remix of We're the Robots from Mega Man 9.
Okay. Too long, it's raining. Grab a towel. Hurry up, Frank. Hurry up. Owl for him. He's gonna need one.
Needs Coots. Or, no, this isn't Where the Robots. This is Wily Fortress 1, Light in the Dark, or something like that.
Come on, Coots, hurry up. Dakota, come in. Sit still, you are soaking wet. Get over here. Get over here. Make me chase you. You're wet.
Cooters. City Popper.
Alright, now we get back to the
It's a
water.
lupus. Hi. So yeah, the music for this stage is Wily Fortress 1 from Mega Man 9. Ow. Bird, please. What? How? Really?
Well, I guess this isn't the Buster only level. What?
Dragon! Ow.
Ow. Ow.
Checkpoint.
Good thing for a checkpoint, I guess.
Oh boy, magma fountains. Watch it.
Oh.
Nope. Well, it's all you, dude.
Oh. But why? Fun!
These things are from Solar Man stage, aren't they?
Oh, I can't even hear them firing off! Great! Oh, there it goes. There, bye.
That's
Should have had the sound trigger be in, like, the wider area. Oh. Why?
What?
Why?
That's just rude.
That is just dumb. That is remarkably dumb. Why?
Whoops.
And it's a single hit kill! What? Why?
Because the level designer learned nothing from Quickman, I guess.
This is tedious, too. It's not exactly like a fun challenge, it's just tedious.
Go, 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 go! Wow. Rude.
This is just genuinely awful. Like, why? Just why?
Anyway, we don't even need the M-Tank. We have one already.
Yeah, well, there's no casino token in this level, so...
Ooh! The slide didn't slide.
Toasty! Go, go, go! It's not over yet?
No checkpoint after that?
Oh,
Really?
why? Well, at least co-op gives us extra chances, I guess, kind of. But what? Checkpoint?
More dragon! Ow! Okay, well, that works.
Screw Buster only. Still no checkpoint! What about now?
Really?
No,
Yes, okay.
Thank you. Finally. And who's the boss? What? Oh.
Darkman!
I got frame delay killed. I'm trying to remember his pattern. It's been a while.
It's simple. He attacks with fire, and then thunder, and then ice. Or maybe it's the other way around. And then he summons bats. That was
Yay!
pretty terrible.
9 minutes! Woohoo! That was an awful level. What are these? Oh, Shinra, you hated this level too.
This game is a serious Mega Man Wily 1 vibe starting out. Not exactly the same, but between the tile set, the music, and even a portion of the enemy set, the comparison's already unavoidable. The use of Chanky Dragon as the mid-boss and the Magma Beams as a core gimmick only furthers it, although the Magma Beams are certainly in unique situations. Sadly, these don't always work. The audio doesn't quite function in the long C room, and the sudden nigh unavoidable beam attack after that is downright mean for many reasons. Beyond that, the level's aesthetic is weak, but the design outside of some beams is relatively inoffensive, not offering a lot to talk about in the long run. About the only other thing to say is that Chanky Dragon's boss doors are broken, and there's some forced weapon usage just felt completely arbitrary. Just kind of a bleh overall level. This level didn't exactly kick things off the best first impression, considering I had to lower the volume the moment I loaded into it. Even if the music wasn't blaring to the point of drowning out the sound effects, I still think the original version of Flash in the Dark would have been a much better choice over this rendition. Music aside, there's not a whole lot going on with the level itself. It's relatively empty, save for the magma generator segments. Even then, however, I found those parts to be more tedious than anything. You get very little time to actually move around before generators go off, which doesn't really pair well with how long those magma streams last for. Considering how dull these segments can be, it's probably a good thing the stage ends up being so short. What it lacks in content, however, it sure makes up for with technical problems. It's unfortunate, considering most of these oversights are probably the most interesting things about the stage. The most glaring one is that the boss doors aren't actually doors, they're just background details. This isn't the only other tire-related problem, however. On the screen just before the first checkpoint, it's possible to clip into a wall and potentially die in the following room just by jumping into the screen transition. There's also the entrance to the end boss hallway, which you can jump over and walk on top of. This can result in a soft lock if you enter the boss room door this way, assuming the immediate wall clip doesn't kill you. The retry button isn't actually much help here since you actually miss out on the last checkpoint by going above the corridor. Simply put, the level really could have used a lot more playtesting and better audio balancing. Scorching hot! An overall very basic level in terms of architecture and overall design. The highlight for me is the magma beams. I really like how the stage varies up on the usage of them as you progress, making a challenge not too stale. Though the level progressively becomes eerily empty as it seems to have forgotten about enemies entirely halfway through the exception of the Chanky Dragon mid-boss. It's obvious that the theme of the level is a thing of fire, but the theming definitely has some rooms to expand on, like imposing some of the fire enemies in the dev kit into barren magma beam rooms, or combining it with other fire gimmicks such as Mega Man 1 fire beams. That one Think Fast room could use a bit more direction guidance since it wasn't immediately clear the player has to go right to progress. There are a few places in the level where it seems to be missing some sort of barrier, such as one room where you have to use the ladders to avoid the horizontal beams. The player can go on top of the ladder and just jump over one of the beam shears that should be expanding upwards off screen. On the contrary, the player could get on top of the boss corridor from one room prior and get themselves killed in the wall in the boss chamber once they exit the screen, while also unable to trigger the checkpoint in the corridor. Doors don't function as doors for some reason. They're completely phased through from one side, then become solid wall tiles on the other side. The remix of Flash in a Jar is a bit jarring, with some of the notes being off-key. The instrument choice here really doesn't make it sound all that great. It's also freakishly loud. My word, would have been better off to just use the default.nsf version that came with the engine. I'm sorry to yell, but I can't hear you over the music. Oh, hey, that's better. I feel like this level gets the gist of what good looks like, but doesn't quite nail it, so it's a crash course on level design seems to be in order. First, theming and naming your level. Grand suggests opulence or vastness, either which applies. There's some measure of fire, but when the dev kit has assets from Fireman, Heatman, and Flameman, there's no excuse for using the likes of Colton, unless fire means shoot. As for Palace, I've been to Versailles and Schönbrunn, and they've got much prettier and more consistently colored death lasers. Second, architecture. Following the example of the official Mega Man games, which usually give 2 or 3 blocks of buffer room around the edges of the screen, all the action happens a little closer to middle. This ensures the player has a moment to breathe upon entering a room and can readily see all the hazards. Third, architecture. Again, check whether your architecture lines up at every screen transition. Players looking for secrets may not wish to get stuck inside or above a wall. Also make sure that any room requiring the use of special weapons has a replenishable weapon energy supply nearby. Fourth, challenge progression. Constantly scrambling to safety is a good idea, thus reorganizing the challenges to be progressively more hectic would be even better. Keep bringing back enemies in new ways to justify introducing them, and to keep the longer gimmick sections fresh. Use empty rooms sparingly. Fifth, aesthetics. Add text to your text boxes. Choose tile sets that flow together and boss music that fits with the rest of the soundtrack in terms of volume and style. We can skip over length. Checkpoints, items, and challenge fairness. These are crucial considerations, but they're in pretty good shape here.
Thank you, Cat Luna.
Luna, what you doing, Poppy, huh? The first thing you encounter in the stage is a text box without a message and a rather hideous remix of a Wily tune. Its first impression is incredibly poor, and it drops even further when you get to meat and potatoes of the level. The first few rooms feature tons of shielded enemies and already feels like a slog. Tiling is unpolished and inconsistent. Oftentimes terrain feels like it's missing gaps and boss doors, arbitrarily do or do not work. Requiring rush coil almost immediately without means to refill simply shows poor consideration on how the level is constructed. And it's lucky that it's both early in the level, and the nature of MAGMML means that it's not a critical soft lock failure such as the time Doc Gemini Man did. But it sours the first impression. But then, the magma beams. Oh boy. This level is, for lack of a better word, boring, dull, yawn-fest. Utterly boring. And waiting, yawn, waiting isn't a challenge. The sets of magma beams often reveal an incredibly thorough rooms. Past the first checkpoint, you spend most of the time waiting around for a beam to fly past. Walk to your dex mark, lather, rinse, repeat. Even the gotcha room with the M-tank barely got a reaction. I mean, it just sighed audibly. Because heaven help you die to any of this, because then you're left waiting around even longer. I'm sorry, I can't think of any part of the stage that was positive. I don't know if people are expecting a comic here, but it doesn't even deserve that dishonor. Oh, Roo. Roo, Luna. Someone has come to this tournament to test our strength as spectator or whatever. But really, I'm just here to find out if there's any materials anywhere I can't drill through. Property damage? Yeah, right. This is what I was made for, baby! Whoa! Okay! Well, I guess you're going places. What's to the left?
I wanted to see.
Let me in. Thank you.
A hidden chamber, apparently.
Nice.
Oh. In the heat. Hey, we're underneath the dump in New Jersey right now. Oh, what? Is this just a shortcut to the level?
Maybe. I guess so, yeah. Oh, that's disappointing. Oh, yeah, it's a return path, okay.
Ow, ow. Toxic trouble. Oh no. Whoa, that is some low scores right up front.
5% late penalty. Look at that. Never seen that in that before.
Classic remix, huh?
Wait a second. You could probably jump up there.
Yeah.
Anything? Nothing. Well, that's disappointing. Woohoo!
Oh, this is... Oh.
And now it's not going to be clear what's foreground and what's terrain or background. What's background and what's terrain? Frog. What?
What? What? What is with this Commodore 64 music?
Mm.
What? Ah! Well, that was just dickish.
Hey, one up. Cool.
Uh-huh. Okay.
What? Eh.
What? What kind of garbage is that?
Where have I heard this? Is this from Final Fantasy Adventure?
I don't know. Well...
Rude. It's the Kool-Aid Devil.
Oh,
What? No checkpoint!
Oh, why?
I didn't even notice there wasn't a checkpoint.
That...
Nice catch.
That was timing to say that there.
You're on your own. You're on your own unless you find another one-up. It has a checkpoint. It just doesn't have a checkpoint before the boss for some reason.
Like, what is that thing down here? And
like obviously the rocks above the rocks under the dripping water have to be not solid in order to allow the water to fall. So of course you're gonna get stuck there.
Let's see if this thing actually has a weak point. Guess not. Oh no, it has a Luckman. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, this is awful. These things, it's just a recolor of the previous boss, and those puddles have way more HP than they used to have. Like, what the heck? That's just bad. That boss is already, like, it does enough damage. You really need to, like, add extra HP to the frickin', like, goo piles?
Yeah!
That was...
What happened?
Death by cat.
Oh.
Sweetie kicked the controller and switched the button.
Thanks, sweetie.
Ow. And it's done because we have to fight a mini-boss, too. It's like, come on.
Ow.
Awful.
Victory!
Yeah. Well, there was no token in there at least.
Well, this wasn't a pleasant experience. At first it was just kind of nothing. CFTF visuals and nigh harmless enemies. Save for that trio of Fatul, Ace Manbo, and the Butterfly. There was a neat aesthetic detail with leaking acid pipes, but that's the only noteworthy bit that ended up noteworthy. Challenger from the future. That's what CFTF means, I think. It's one of the Wonder Swan Mega Man games.
Oh.
Then we fight this weird top hat spider stompy and everything goes downhill. The emoji bombs are out of place and at least one of them tends to teleport for no real reason. Multiple broken solids pop up and if these aren't a glitch, that's a significant aesthetics error. The enemies continue to be nigh harmless. There's water that randomly disappears, and it culminates in one of the most frustrating gray devils I've ever seen, owed to the fact that the slime doesn't despawn on its own, and if you die, it's back to just after the spider stompy. I like to talk about things I found enjoyable as well, but there's not much of anything positive going for this place. It's all a bunch of bled, and it's the most fun I derived from was in the aesthetics early in the level. Level design-wise, there's not much a whole lot to go on here. There's a very short stage consisting of simple room layouts along with mostly non-threatening enemy and hazard placements. If it weren't for a few functionality issues along with some grievances I have with the end boss, there wouldn't be much else to discuss with this one. As far as technical problems go, there's the fact that both the first and second half level themes don't loop properly, although you have to intentionally go idle for a while to even notice this. I can't exactly overlook it either. More glaring, however, is the lack of collision on what should be solid tiles. I get the feeling they're supposed to be background details, but it just comes across as visually inconsistent. It's especially confusing during the lead up to the boss where you're basically phasing through what looks like solid ground. Not to mention one of the enemies in this area snaps between being inside and above the floor. Speaking of the boss, why is there no checkpoint right before him? Granted, the trek back to his room doesn't take that long, but it's certainly annoying to have to go through it again if you happen to die. It's not that unlikely of a scenario either, seeing as the boss is the Grey Devil, but now his projectiles never despawn. While it's definitely possible to manage this fight with weapons, it's a whole other story for going Buster only. Trying to keep it so that globs don't overtake the floor while also trying to sneak in hits on the boss is nothing short of annoying. While I can at least appreciate the thought of wanting to make a vanilla dev kit boss more interesting, this definitely wasn't the right approach. All in all, this stage and the Red Devil could have used a lot more fine-tuning. Trouble in Toxicity Town! A very short level with somewhat basic level design put into it, simplistic platforming with also simplistic enemy placements. Pretty jamming tunes, at least. Pretty clever repurposing of boss level graphics as pipes and having the acid drip from them to make it look like a pipe leakage. Some of the reskins are cute, even if a little amateurish, like the sea mines and the skull mini-boss. It's charming in a way. The final section is a bit wonky with how Mega Man keeps randomly standing up in one wide sliding tunnel. I think he wants some generic stoppers on where the acid drops drop. Gray Devil, except now he's red, so he's the Red Devil. How diabolic. He also has a smile that reminds you of the Kool-Aid Man. I feel like we're back in the MAGMML3 before the community had a good handle on theming, logical architecture, and the importance of playtesting. With assets smashed together all helter-skelter, pits that looked like screen transitions that might as well be pits, and wildly inconsistent collision objectives, allowing for player confusion and disastrous out-of-bounds shenanigans. It's like all the wisdom from the previous contest has yet to be gleaned. Dangers are forgotten as suddenly as they're introduced, and there isn't much we haven't seen elsewhere. There's no real learning curve aside from a few mild increases in difficulty. No clear rationale for modeling, fighting, or respiting any enemy other than the boss. Checkpoints are frequent enough, but one before a boss would be nice, just with a power-up or two. The foreground background graphics are fine enough, but they lack finesse and variety. All the custom sprites except maybe the boss look out of place. I don't understand the change in music as the halfway mark. The second half is slightly more distinctive in focus, but not so appreciably different in feel in these completely different music. There are a few things I like. I appreciate the idea of an acid pipe that runs the entire length of the level and ultimately feeds into the boss. Cracks where the pipe leaks acid are a nice detail. Acid pairs well with Uranus platforms, even if the introduction is too rough for new players. The crude skull in the background of the first mini-boss fight adds some character. Using a sea mine as a shield for totem pole is smart. The second mini-boss works well underwater. I could recommend this level as practice for aspiring playtesters, but not as much else without major revision. Why in God's green earth did you give the Mets more health? Why? Okay, this is just a rather dull nothing level. Its focus is all over the place, but new assets seem to either just irritate or waste time. That's when you aren't encountering soft blocks via going through a screen transition wrong, which is not helped by just how few checkpoints are scattered about. I'd say the graphics are just super inconsistent, obviously. Many of the redesigns are rather crude, and frankly, just go whole hog if you're going to replace many of the enemies anyway, at least gel better. And the tile set is a bit odd. Several of the tiles that are meant to be solid just aren't. That said, at first there is a fairly good ambiance in this level. Dripping pipes, crates containing what I assume is toxic gunk, walled off areas, and weird mutants. You know, the level actually has an identity in spite of itself. And the ambiance is working up until the music track changes and you lose it. Wham! Straight into a wall. Oh, I actually really like both songs quite a bit. The second song is a right bop, but just kind of says it all, really. I like it, and it's a detriment to what the level is going for originally. And let's talk about the Kool-Aid Devil. Not only does he not get a boss checkpoint, good grief, he took what is already a rather tedious dev kit boss and made it way more irritating. Flick up those turbo switches, kids, you're gonna need it. I feel bad as for the Grey Devil. So many people are making it much worse to fight, I almost regret coding a fella. That's on me, I guess. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! The boss sucks. Do we really have time for one more? Keep quiet about it here. None of this boss takes us a courage at our tournament. Because, you know, cockroach robots don't really have money. But we really need to see those battles. All 10 of us in here rooting for different competitors. I even had to keep the brats from fighting. Kids these minutes. It's not like back in my hour. We do our best to support the junk robot going in. The underdog. Literally this time.
What?
Whoops, I fell down the ladder.
Say hey man try. Oh,
The Hey Nay Trials.
That looks like it's going to be a pain.
Do we want to save it for next time? Many worthy challenges can be found here, even the bottom rungs of the gauntlets. Even if the going gets tough, perhaps unbearable, one must press on and break through those barriers.
We could give it a try if you got the time right now.
Sure, I guess. Hornet Man graphics.
Huh?
It's not a real ladder. Now I got Slash Man or something. Shout out to Snake Terriers. Tries the Tower Top Tunes for the Wily Gear Fortress 8-bit remake too. Oops. I have no idea how to magnet beam, it turns out.
Oh, Spikefall! Ah!
At least they're just damaged.
Oh!
We could have gone left. Woohoo! Who the heck is that? Turbo Man? Or Nitro Man? Or... no. I don't know. Or is it Ballade? Yeah, it's Ballade. No,
Oh, jeez.
this is gonna be a thing, isn't it?
Yay! All the way back here. And we don't have a... Oh, right before the spike drop! Isn't that great?
Spike drop! Whoops, missed. Death by Cadian.
Yes. She has such a grip on my stuff. Okay. Alright, you know what?
Yeah! Well.
Oh my... The amount of damage he's doing is ridiculous!
You!
Oh, wow, the frame drop of you dying got me. Okay, they way increased his damage. Like,
No!
beyond any reasonable level there. Well... That's like absurd amounts of levels of damage that he's doing.
Ooh!
Oh, this boss is annoying enough without, like, the ridiculous damage buff they've given him. What the heck? Jeez, he, like, deletes half your health if he touches you. It's kind of ridiculous. Oh, he's weak to Elect Man, so there's that. Like, look at all that health that just deleted because he touched me. My gosh. Ugh. This boss is chaotic with 2 players, too.
Mm-hmm. Ooh! Yay!
Oh, that was awful.
Guess they're doing the other element now.
I guess?
And there are 3 tokens here.
Hopefully there's not 3... Well, there can only be 2 bosses, because they can only have those 2 elements, so... Well, hopefully...
I didn't stop the level with 2 Crashmans and a Flashman.
Ah, shit!
Oh hey, there's a checkpoint.
Hi, Elect Man stage?
What do you think is down there?
Death.
I'm gonna rush that down and find out. I can't rush that down there and find out. Oh, Ice Wall! I guess there's nothing.
I mean...
That would have been a really cool place to hide something.
That seemed like an obvious spot to have something, yes.
What?
Two-way transitions.
Whoops!
Oh, good. Oh, no.
That could have been bad.
What?
That's solid, I guess. Whoops! Oh.
I guess they're just expecting me to use the thing? Oh.
Oh wait, the terrain on the right is solid. Like the lighter colored rocks, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oops.
It was a little hard to tell. Okay.
Here's a
There's a
token.
token up there. Suddenly
Seems
we're
simple
underwater.
enough.
Oh, hold on. I guess not.
Woo!
Oh!
Ready?
Awful, man. That is awful.
Don't need the E-tank. Not. Are we still supposed to jump down? Yep. What?
Really, game? Really? Wow.
Well,
what the
that's
hell?
rude.
Well, at least we made it to the checkpoint, I guess. Uh-oh. Pause and retry. What even is that?
That is a failure of boss door design. Yay! That wasn't even the boss. Note from the MAGMML3 dev team. Boss in the preceding boss room originally had boss barrier objects placed over reflect block. Since boss barrier objects only delete solid, the path was unbeatable. It's been replaced with tiles that look like reflect blocks.
I don't
Can you
even know. What?
And now we're back in Hornet Man.
I guess so. What?
The wisest man, who is he who understands that he understands nothing.
How many boss gates do we need?
All of them. Oh, look, it's you. Ow. Well, I tried.
This person certainly liked to soup up the boss damage for all these bosses for some reason. Like, I'm sorry, it doesn't really make the boss better, it just makes it annoying. Jeez. I mean, that was the problem before. People love to
Tier boss unlocked.
soup up the bosses for some reason.
Well, consistency is definitely not a strong point for this level. I'm pretty sure the visual aesthetic changes every 2 screens or so, which is costly to the level's cohesion. As far as design goes, there isn't much to talk about, so this will be one of my short reviews. The trick of this level is that those city encounters are just there. In fact, surprisingly, they're essentially harmless. The section is the Splash 1 section. Those enemies can actually kill you if you aren't careful. As for the platforming again, there isn't much of anything outside the Splash 1 section. The Skullman room has a custom ID with pressing a red button and popping open a door before entering, but it's only used once and it doesn't really have anything. As a whole, this is a short level that doesn't really do anything. Its aesthetic is so completely non-cohesive that it's impossible to hold much of it in memory. It doesn't leave much to take issue with. Besides questioning why there's 2 elements and so many arbitrary tokens here, but there's very little that's good enough for highlight. There's really not a whole lot to say here. This is an incredibly bare-bones level with very little going on. The room layouts and enemy placements are all very basic to the point where almost nothing outside of boss fights offers much in the way of engagement. The only slight exception to that might be that one spike drop, but even then, the spikes aren't instant kills, although I'm kind of thankful for that in hindsight. Seeing as the second screen arranges them in ways really hard to avoid if you're kind of dropping them for the left side. I'd say the only semi-interesting thing in this stage is a switch gimmick that shows up during the Skullman segment. While it's not really that amazing of a mechanic on its own, it at least broke up the monotony, even if it was relatively brief. I wouldn't have minded seeing it show up more. But sadly, that's the only time it was ever used in this level. It might not have saved the stage completely, but at the very least I think it would have made it stand out a bit more. Hey May, hey Bale. There really isn't a whole lot going on in this stage. Enemy density is low throughout the whole stage. No single focus gimmicks to not turn the stage into a glorified walking simulator. The only real challenging part is the random water section where you want to guide the mine enemy and not blow up near you as you stand on a tiny platform. Bye.
Sweetie.
By contrast, you have a skull dispenser that is literally harmless as it's on top of a conveyor belt pushing the spikes away from ever reaching you. Then, just a few engine-built bosses on plain arenas that don't really change up the way their fights go. Can't say I'm really impressed here. Also, inconsistent tile collisions such as the bones in one screen serving as top solid and full solid in another spot. Paths that look like they lead somewhere but just a dead end, sometimes literally a dead end as you're interacting with boss gates while they're on a screen edge, can really screw things up. I've encountered several new words in the level contest, title series contest, but Hey May is a stumper. Assuming it's not a proper noun, the best explanation I found is a Quechua word that means to collaborate. If that is indeed the case and multiple people work together relay style to create this level, then I can understand what went wrong. Otherwise, I'm going to assume Hey May means incomprehensible mess. If the scenery and enemy roster are going to change every 2 screens, there needs to be a clear reason why. The text box explaining the premise would be an easy fix. I even sell for teleports linking each session around in lackadaisical screen transitions leading players directly into walls, enemies, and pits. Structural polish is not this level's strong point. Inconsistent use of collision objects or tiles that look the same, suspicious architecture hinting at non-existent secret areas, bottomless pits that don't look like bottomless pits, etc. The worst offender is the improperly implemented exit to the Splash 1's boss changer, which rendered the level unbeatable until the dev team intervened. That's a sign the level wasn't playtested before submission. However, I don't think any amount of playtesting could have saved this level. Without an obvious theme or premise tying everything together, it's a series of pointless, unrelated challenges. Shoot this thing on the ledge, touch this random object, click this unavoidable token. Hide this unaltered dev kit behind the horribly shrill music. The water area is better, but it's not fun because suddenly the slightest misstep could be fatal. Likewise, the honey woman fight is inventive, but I'm not sure it's enjoyable. The flower pots hiding between the floor nubs and the dockrons struggling against the conveyor are cute, if ineffectual. The tile work is nice within each section. That's the best I can say about this Hey May of a level. You see, some level concepts just are going to always struggle to be pulled off well, and this wasn't. Go through new segments of past Mega Man stages is an idea that sounds cool, but in reality often leads to a bunch of, to quote Rome, half-cheeked segments that do little to nothing original or novel. They just sort of exist. These usually work better with a larger single experience rather than something like MAGMML. In a game where they build off essence of earlier areas rather than have no context other than past Mega Man games. Either way, both types are normally climaxes to the games they are in. In this case, the Heimei trials is just going to arbitrarily end up somewhere in the middle, and as a result, there's any sort of memorability. Post-judging comment! Ooh boy, was I off about that one. I think this is a weird thing to focus on. This music choice really suggests this is what you wanted to do with the level. Most of the stage is incredibly basic. Spike drop, jump across pits in water, kill the odd enemy along the way, although most act as obstacles to avoid rather than blockers. The single screen with the weird red orb key thing is weird. I don't know why this only appeared once. Who knows, lean into this thing more and you might have something. I'd say using this gimmick wasn't even attempted when it's used like this. And as I've said elsewhere, I really don't like Robot Masters showing up as mid-bosses, especially without changes for no real reason. It isn't novel, it isn't a new take on them, it just degrades what were end-of-stage bosses for no real reason. They do nothing but waste time. The ballad energy element path is so short it might not as well not even be there. It offers nothing to the stage other than to add the hardest dev kit boss into your stage in a rather unjustified manner. Finally, let's talk about screen transitions. There's many spots where going into these the wrong way will get you shunted into a ceiling of terrain. At minimum, they get you killed, but the worst spot is the entrance to the end boss fight against Honeywoman. Hugging the left wall here simply gets you soft locked, and seems to despawn the boss somehow too. More care is needed with screen transitions. Pay attention to where the player can end up, and you'll avoid this sort of thing in future stages.
Oh man. Yay. Oh, that's probably it then, huh?
Yeah.
Preview of the next stage is called Trouble in the Fortress.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, Shinryu really hated this level.
Whoa. Well. Alright, well I guess that's going to be it for now then.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to continue streaming on my own thing tonight, or if I'm just going to go and play some Neo on my own. I'm going to take a short break.
I have been enjoying myself so far.
The game is definitely. I mean, we haven't run into too many like.
Besides lag deaths and freeze deaths and soft locked by Ms. Quiz.
Getting killed by the scrolls. Interrupting Proto Man. It's my game now, bro. Especially Proto Man talking to Proto Man. Yeah, except Proto Man was Mega Man.
Yes.
But we needed the sus theme for that going off.
I have not opened up voice mod in so long. Maybe I should.
All right. Well, I don't know if I'll be back playing more of this or not. I'm gonna take a I'm gonna take a break if I am.
I'm going to
bed. I need some water, and the dogs need out. If not, I'm just gonna play Neo 2 on my own save file.
Yeah, I'm going to bed because I got office work tomorrow, and it's gonna be a thingy. Woo!
I used to have work, but hey, that's I mean, oh well. Way things are set up now, just doing DoorDash, I'll be able to pay for everything. I'm just not gonna have the extra spare money I used to have. But hey. It's I don't know.
I'm still hoping you find something that's like actually stable.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna poke Ace. Gonna poke the bait shop, gonna poke Cure Leaf and a bunch of other places that were trying to recruit me.
Okay.
I mean, the one pizza place we ate at before was trying to get me, but they've been closed until they open their new restaurant. So, but I don't think I want to work in a restaurant again. It was horrible. I mean, my back is so bad right now after all that time. It's just. I can't even. I wanted to do gardening. I wanted it to, I haven't even been able to do the dishes because it's so bad. Like, restaurant works hard on your back. Plus, the dogs are glad I'm home. Although they're really depressed right now because Oreo is passing. But so are the kitties. All of them, all the other cats have been hanging out outside besides Sweetie and Floof, who's still being. I'm Angie. Don't touch me. So. Floof is having it hit the worst, and Sylvie too. Well, alright.
Good night, guys.
I might be back later tonight if not. Maybe tomorrow, unless Amatsu wants to stream tomorrow or something, then I could take a break from something or whatever.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, I'll either see you in maybe 15 minutes, or I'll just play my own file.
Yeah, guys. Thanks for watching.